right, good morning. The Pardon Board is called to order. Today is Monday, July 21st, 2025. Time is 9:05 a.m. Could I get a roll call, please?
Ms. Renassa,
Here.
Ms. Stapleton,
Here.
Mr. Prater,
Here.
Mr. Nick.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have the floor.
All right, we have 4 members present today. We do have 1 member absent, so any action, favorable action will require unanimous vote of those present today. Our first item of regular business this morning is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, July 7th, which were included in your packet. Are there any corrections? Having none, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
I'll recommend that we approve the minutes.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, second by Mr. Prater to approve the minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We will allow public comment or requests before any action item. And so our next regular business item is consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. And we have our first case this morning. Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Wilson Trimble Mabry. I live at 2020 Island Drive, Monroe, Louisiana, 71201.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Let me acknowledge your guests, the folks you have with you. You have your wife, Ms. Talbot Mabry, your pastor, James Doherty, your attorney, George Campbell, Terry McSherry, your uncle, and Patricia Stroop, your friend. And we have your pastor and your uncle will be speaking on your behalf at the appropriate time. We'll call on them to do so. And I understand your attorney is here if we have any questions. Do you have a presentation?
I don't.
Okay. All right. So let me just read some identifying information, sir, into the record. So, Mr. Mabry, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking today a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in July 2009 in the 4th Judicial District for simple escape and aggravated escape. Sentencing was deferred and you were placed on a 3-year probation term. Is that information correct, sir?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So tell us, sir, why, before we start our interview with you, we'd like for you to tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. How'd you get in trouble and why are you seeking relief?
So I got in trouble. Is that what you're at? How did I get in trouble?
Yeah. What led you there?
So, I just want to tell you who I am and tell you the truth. Before I committed this crime, I was very selfish and I was arrogant and prideful, and I was an alcoholic. I was a drug addict, and I was just living in darkness. But also, I was lonely and scared and had anxiety and was living in shame, guilt. And I found myself in the back of a cop car and I thought that my life was over. I truly did. And I had a wave of fear come over me and I made a snap-second decision. And all I could think to do was run. Just run away. I was like a scared little child. And I did so. And it was one of the worst decisions I've ever made. But I have redemption because of that decision. And I used to regret it. But as I look back on it and I look back at my life and I see the things that Jesus has done in my life, I don't regret it anymore. And, the night I committed that crime, I'm so grateful that I met God. I was able to hear his voice and hear him speak to me. And it wasn't a voice of condemnation or anger. It was very kind and merciful. And he asked me if I had just had enough. And I simply said, yes, I have. And I made a decision at that point to follow him and to do what he instructed me to do. And he led me to Jesus Christ and the love there and the mercy and the grace. And I've been totally redeemed. And I'm just so grateful for it. And I received a spiritual pardon not because of anything I did. I didn't do anything to earn it. It was given to me through faith because I believe in Jesus Christ and what he did at the cross counted for me. And that's enough. So spiritually, I've been pardoned, and now I'm just seeking a physical pardon. I would like my rights restored. I want to spend time with my children in the outdoors. Do the things my father did with me. It's been a journey. But I'm grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful that God saved me. I don't know what else to say.
Okay. Well, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. She'll have some questions for you.
Think of it stuff together here. Mr. Mabry, I've read your case very thoroughly. It seems like you were a boy when you started with drugs. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were a young boy. Did you come from a wealthy family at that time?
Everything's relative, but I would say yes. My parents were divorced. I don't know any different, and I would consider my father wealthy, and I would consider my mother not extremely wealthy, but we lived a wonderful life.
Yeah, because I see where you started with alcohol, then you moved on to marijuana and pain pills, and you were just a young teenager at the time. And then by the time you were 16, it was cocaine and ecstasy.
That's correct.
So, but you did wonderful in school.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, an honor student, and nobody would have guessed that was going on in your life, really. Did your parents have any idea? Was there anything going on that maybe clued them in, or was it just so well hidden?
I think it was a combination of both. I talk about, I've given a testimony many times about my walk with Jesus, and part of my genetic makeup, the way God kind of shaped me is I can take on any identity that I need to take on to make people accept me. And so I was very good at putting on a well-mannered goody two shoes type. I could do that, but then I also noticed when I was a different way, someone that broke the rules, so to speak, some peers would like that as well. So I kind of did both of those because my goal was just to make everyone to like me. I just wanted to people please. And it wasn't a good thing. That's just the way I was. But because of that, I was able to hide my poor qualities, my unlawful qualities around people of authority. And I was very smart. I was blessed by the Lord to do well in school. And that just kind of goes with the culture of, oh, well, he's doing good in school. He must be being a good person. And that just wasn't the case for me. That's what's been so great about my relationship with the Lord is I don't have to worry about what identity I am anymore because I know that I identify as a child of God. And that alone is good enough for me. So I don't have to do anything else to put on a show for someone or gain their approval. The Lord already approves me and accepts me because of my belief in Christ. And that's all I needed. I wish I would have known that.
I get it. I get it. Okay. I really
Took a
do.
little while.
Well, that's the thing about having a broken, retentive heart. You know that you could have done it at any time, but something happens, and then you go to the Lord and you ask him to be there for you, and he is. And then at that point on, your walk with Christ is real in exchange for that very instant in your life. So I do understand that.
And it worked for me so well. I tried so long to do better and pull my bootstraps up, and it never worked. It wasn't until the Lord did it for me and changed me from the inside out that I began to see long-term responses.
Okay, so how old were you when you were arrested? Because I know we're talking about 2009, your life changed. You were 22 at that time?
Yes,
And so you finished and got your engineering degree.
yes, ma'am, sure.
Okay, and so from that point on, then we moved forward into the rest of your life, which is where we are today. And I saw videos, saw the little children. I love my daddy. And everything that you've done in your community and things like that. And nothing further. I mean, you went to rehab and boom, so I don't have any further questions. And I commend, the change that you made in your life and the reason why.
Thank
Anybody else? So let's hear then from your pastor, Mr. Doty. Would you want to speak? Go ahead, sir. Yeah, you step up to the podium, please.
Hey, I'm James Doty, and I'm Wilson and Tally's pastor. I've never been to one of these before. This is my first time, and I was driving down yesterday, and the question that kind of kept coming to my mind was, can people really change? I'm sure y'all hear a lot of stories, hear a lot of people, and that fundamental question of like, can people really change? I was thinking of this in Jeremiah 20:13-23. And I think the Bible poses the same question. It says, can an Ethiopian change its skin? Can a leopard change its spots? And the answer to that is no. The leopard can't change its spots, right? I mean, it's who he is. But one of the things that I love about scripture, and Wilson already alluded to it, is that when you turn to the Gospels of Christ, one of the things that he says is that we can change. But it's not just behavioral change, it's this deep spiritual change. And that's the hope of the gospel, is that Jesus Christ, because of his life, his death, his resurrection, that faith in him can actually fundamentally change, not just behaviors, but fundamentally who we are. What's in 2 Corinthians 5:17? Anyone who is in Christ is a new creation. I always think, y'all probably have your phones. You get kind of like you get those software updates that it just tweaks it a little bit. But what Christ offers is not just a tweak, a subtle upgrade. It's a fundamental change of who we are. Through getting to know Wilson and Tally, one of the things that I've observed and hear in his heart, knowing him personally, is that he has been fundamentally changed by Christ. I think you hear his testimonies. I think you've heard it probably in all these things that he has fundamentally been changed. Who he was then is not who he is now. Now, he's not perfect. Tally could probably testify to that. I don't know if y'all want to hear from Tally, but you probably can testify he's not perfect. But he has been changed. He leads men in our church. He teaches Bible study. He is a pillar in our community. And I'm grateful for them, for their family, for the kids that are at our church. And I've seen the change that's taking place. So my recommendation for y'all would be that you would extend a part to. I'm grateful. Thank y'all for hearing us. And I'm grateful that Wilson Mabry.
Sir. Mr. McSherry?
In spite of being a former federal prosecutor, I suffer from stage 3, stage 5. I'm short of these guys. I sent a letter in, which sort of summarized, but I also took a little shot at the law. Because as I said, I sort of take a little bit of responsibility after 43 years in prosecuting a lot of felon possession cases that the law is such a mess right now in terms of what you can do and what you can't do. And I've had thousands of people over those years come to me and said, I want to have my federal rights restored. What I need to do. And it was so wonderful because I'd say, well, go to the state. Go to the state. But that wasn't the answer at all. Because the state doesn't have a clue of what we in the federal system really require. So we say you need to restore your full rights, your full civil rights, and then you're free to go. And there was a time I remember when you could go into the ATM and they'd give you a little certificate, sort of like a badge of courage, that you could put on your wall that said, we listened and reviewed, and his rights, say bear firearms under the federal law, have been restored. That's gone out of the way. So I'm just here to apologize to Wilson. I went to Wilson and I said this. I said, Wilson said, we just need one case in federal court where someone who's had an 893 dismissal of a non-violent, non-drug, non-sexual related felony, has had the full expungement, under the 2016 amendment. And, way more than 10 years have passed since that conviction and completing your probation. We need one test case. So would you be willing to do that? I said, you take a firearm and I can get you charged, and we can go to court. I think that if you charge, a federal judge will throw it out. You know what Wilson said? I'm gonna go to the park. That's all I can do. But he is the best candidate. No, I've stood up and I have opposed pardons most of my life. I'm down here and opposed pardons most of my life. I'm a little ashamed of it, but listening to the people outside, it's really sad, really hard. But I ask you to give total consideration. He was a spoiled little kid, but so was I. And when I became an assistant U.S. attorney, someone came to me and said, you know what, you've given a lot of people hope. I said, what? They said, somebody as bad as you could pass the FBI backwards. So I'm here to support Wilson. And the other reason I'm here is I went to my cancer doctor, I had cancer 13 years ago when it was returned. And I asked the doctor, what do you think, doc? What's my diagnosis? He said, well, I think there's some treatment for you, but he said, I think I would stick at party. So that's what I'm here. Y'all help me with that. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
You sir. Okay. All right, thank you. So Mr. Wilson, you want to step back up, sir? I don't see any other questions, so I think we're ready to vote.
I got a question.
All right, Mr. Tiller.
You say you're a drug addict?
Yes, sir. Historically, I was, yes,
Did you take any treatment?
absolutely.
You did? What?
I went to Palmetto Rehabilitation Center for 90 days and underwent just their systematic. They have a 12-step program. They also have counseling that they provide. It's inpatient. And then I'll just continue to, it's interesting. The 12-step program, I noticed as I went through that program in Palmetto, it also lines up with the pillars of what Jesus teaches as well. And so I've been able to kind of live out those 12 steps through my following of Christ. And it's just continued to provide me with the stability I need to continue to live a sober life. But I'll be honest, I don't consider myself a drug addict anymore because of the biblical 2 Corinthians 5:17. The old is gone and the new has arrived. I'm a new creation in Christ. And I don't call myself a drug addict anymore. I don't know if that necessarily lines up with the 12-step programs. I do know that I can never have any involvement with any narcotics or alcohol. It's just something that the Lord has said, this is not for you, and be obedient to me and don't do those things. So I don't do it.
When did you take that program?
That is immediately after I was arrested. So I was 22 years old.
So, you haven't been to any other programs, like normally alcoholic, always alcoholic. Most people go in classes.
So I go to Bible study. I also, again, I follow the 12-step program, maybe not through that particular 12 steps, but through my Christian walk, I'm able to, answer the bell, if you will, of the 12-step program. Make sure I don't hold resentment. I take myself accountable. I do go to a faith-based Christian counseling at the Banner Institute from time to time just to work on my mental health. But I am not actively in Alcoholics Anonymous at the moment. No, I'm not gonna lie to you.
So you just feel like you can walk away from it just like that and you don't need any more help?
Well, I believe that I actually receive lots of help in my biblical Bible studies with other men. A lot of them are actually sober themselves. I don't know, it's not something that I struggle with. I don't have the urge to drink. I don't have the urge to use drugs. It is a supernatural phenomenon. I don't know, I think it's 17 years of sobriety, but I don't take it for granted. And I don't, I have to always remember to remain humble and remember who I was before that I met Jesus. And to know how weak that I am in my own right, and that it is the power of the Holy Spirit that gives me the strength to resist the temptation of alcohol and drugs, but not only that, to resist the temptation of envy, anger, lust, all the sins that I could potentially struggle with. I must rely on the power of the Holy Spirit to keep me away from those things. It is not by my own merit and my own might, but it is by the power of Christ that lives in me. For it is no longer I who live, it is He that lives in me. So again, it is a posture of humility to understand and not forget who I was, but I'm not going to live there because that individual was dead. He was buried with Christ, and I have been raised in newness of life. And as I live in that newness of life, the Lord has called me into sobriety.
So you think a couple of years down the road, things got a little rough. You had a drink, maybe you thought maybe I'd get high again. You don't think you would get back into your old habits?
I do not, and I hope you understand when I say this. I'm not trying to cause any rifts, but say that in the future tense. Like if something gets rough, my life has been rough since this incident, since my sobriety, since meeting Christ. Following Jesus Christ does not make your life super awesome and great and unbelievable when everything goes right. I don't follow Jesus Christ because he makes my life awesome. I follow him because he is more awesome than life itself. I have had tons of turmoil. My father has recently passed away from an incredibly horrible disease, in which he became manic and psychotic. But I was able to have him saved through that episode because of my faith. I continued to pour biblical truths into him. I combated his worldly thoughts with biblical truths, and I was able to watch him surrender his life to the Lordship of Jesus Christ. And I know that he is in heaven. And it is something that I prayed for years, that I would see him be surrendered. And that prayer was answered, but not in the way that I thought. I lost my father. It was horrific. But I never even considered turning to drugs and alcohol for some type of stability there, because there is none to be found there. My stability is based upon the foundation of my belief in Jesus Christ, and that's what I will continue to turn to. And I pray that I continue to turn to it until the day that I meet him in person.
Here, that Mrs. Saber.
Ma'am. Mr. May,
Before we,
Sorry, go ahead.
no.
Mr. Tillis, you can see where he's at. You asked me if you had anything rough, come up and he's farming 4,000, eh? So
Yeah,
you know things have been tough on him sometimes.
with employees.
I've experienced financial crisis. I've experienced death. I've experienced sickness. I've experienced the things of this world. We can all attest to these things. This is a broken place we live in, but I will never give in, because I stand in victory because of what Jesus Christ did at the cross.
Mr. Mabry, you've had a completely clean record. It's been, and I understand that the Lord can touch a person, but it's going to be evidenced by your walk later. There's been no further problems, and you went to rehab right away. And so based upon that and your life since 2009, I would make a recommendation to the governor to give you a pardon with full restoration of files.
Mr. Prater
I concur with that recommendation, pardon, full restoration.
and Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
My vote also is to recommend pardon with restoration of firearms based on the man you've become. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf, sir. Good morning. Pardon Board is reconvening. We're now at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It is Monday, July 21st, 2025. It's 9:37 a.m. Good morning. Warden, would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Good morning, Tara P, ARDC Manager. Afton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor.
Juan Harris, Lieutenant.
All right, thank you. And we have before us, Ms. Miller.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Patricia Miller, and the DOC number is 367743.
All right. So let me recognize the folks who have joined us. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake, and your sister, Ashley Stanley, and your sister Lonnie Stanley, both on Zoom. All of those are on Zoom. Also joining us in opposition, we have Mr. Randy Meyer with the DA's office in Jefferson Parish. Let me just read some identifying information into the record, Ms. Miller. You're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in March 2013 in Jefferson Parish for 3 counts of armed robbery, 1 count of first-degree robbery, and again, as a habitual felony offender, 1 count of first-degree robbery. You do not earn, you're not eligible rather for parole, but you do have a good time date, which is October 2031. You did receive 20 years on count 3 and 20 years each on counts 1, 2, 4, and 5. Those are all running concurrently. Is that information correct, Ms. Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
Before your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, but we'd like to hear your statement first. We'd like to hear what happened. How did you end up where you're at, and why are you seeking some relief through this process?
What happened was I was drug addicted, and I walked into Miss Joanne's, Miss Catherine, Miss Cindy, and Miss Darlene and Miss Emily's place of business, and I pulled out a gun and I robbed them for the money. It was nothing they did. It was me.
Okay. And why are you seeking relief?
Because I'm taking full responsibility. I'm not that same person that walked through those doors over those years ago. Today, I'm different. And I'm just asking for a chance.
All right. Well, I guess we'll get a little deeper into that when we start our interview.
Yes, ma'am.
Gordon, what can you tell us about Ms. Miller?
Miss Miller, we really don't have any trouble with Miss Miller. She has a really excellent disciplinary record, no issues. She has struggled a little bit with education. She did finish literacy, but continues to work on achieving her high set. But the education staff said she's very diligent. She's always in attendance, works very hard to try and gain her high set. So hopefully we will be able to see that in the near future for her. But you know, she works as an orderly on the grounds for us. And like I said, we just don't really have issues at all. I know she is hoping to, if things are positive today, would like to go and live with the parole project. So I know Mr. Blake will probably give a little bit more detail into that, but. Yeah.
Thank you. So, yes, Mr. Blake, can we hear from the parole project?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Ms. Patricia Miller. Because of her good disciplinary record, as the warden stated, she's working toward her high set. She participates in life's healthy choices and partners in parenting. Along with her programming and classes, we've accepted her into our program. Should the board give her a favorable recommendation, we will provide reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, as well as mental health and substance abuse evaluations. She will also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that will mentor her through the reentry process. Based upon her record, her rehabilitation, and her strong support system, we ask the board to grant her a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could we hear from Ashley Stanley? Lonnie, okay. So Lonnie, could we hear from you?
Mute your microphone, please.
Can you unmute your microphone? Can you unmute the microphone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
There you go. Now we can hear you. What would you like us to know?
I haven't seen my sister in over 10 years, and I just would like you to know that, since she's been there, I've really seen some significant changes. And I just, want y'all to know that if she does come home anytime soon, we do have a stability, our home is stable, and we just miss her, and our family will be complete, when she comes home. She's my only sister, my real sister. And I've never been away from her this long. It was always me and her growing up. And I just thank y'all for taking things into consideration to see her today.
Yes, ma'am, and thanks for speaking with us this morning. Did we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we weren't able to, Ashley has been able to sign in, so we'll move on and hear from the district attorney's office at this time, Mr. Meyer.
Ma'am, good morning, Randall, Assistant DA, Joseph Ash. We're opposed to Ms. Miller at this time, looking at her very extensive criminal record that began 1984 to 2012, the time of this offense. Most all of them are drug and theft offenses. Her supervision record in past cases is very poor. The progress report in the record indicates she's medium custody with a fair institutional record. I'd really like to see someone who has minimum custody has gained the trust to have minimum custody in a good institutional record as opposed to a fair institutional record. I'm thinking that it's a fair record because of her disciplinary reports, although the warden said they had no problem. She did have reports in 2019 and 2012. If you look at the risk assessment, the institutional and mini risk scores are moderate, and the need level is high for substance abuse and education. And it's great that she's working hard and being very diligent and working in education. I think that's a great sign for her. But the substance abuse is where my biggest problem is. It appears from the record that she's taken some substance abuse courses, but it doesn't show that she's participated in AA and NA. I think that's extremely important because it shows me that she doesn't understand addiction and the grip that drugs and alcohol have on someone's life. And in fact, if you look back in 2009, she was revoked in federal court, and the basis for that revocation is drug abuse. Her vocational programs are limited, and I didn't see any programs in the record that suggest that be helpful for her to be able to work and earn a living as opposed to continuing to commit thefts. So because of insufficient programming, no participation for what I see in the record of AANA, a fair institutional record in the medium custody, I don't think this is the record of an inmate that should be rewarded with a commutation of her sentence. So at this time,
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Miller, would you answer questions by Ms. Stapleton?
Ms. Miller, you heard what was just said. Do you have some explanation for all of that?
Yes, ma'am. I have taken substance abuse class in the STAR program. There, I have gotten the tools I need, meetings, a sponsor, once I'm released, meetings to sponsor. And I'm willing to take the Vivital shot and submit to drug screens. Also, I do go to AA. It's
Okay,
on Sunday at 2:00.
okay. Okay, so you haven't been opposed to getting any help that was made available to you. Is that what I'm understanding? And the warden, can you answer that for me also? That if there's any programs that's available for her that she refused to take?
No, ma'am, there's nothing that she's refused to take. And the substance abuse class, the Living in Balance, is traditionally more psychoeducational. And so with the STAR program, that kind of enhances some psychoeducational piece of it, but it also enhances the cognitive behavioral. So it really kind of lets the individual work through that. And the Vivitrol shot that she's speaking about actually helps with cravings for any types of opiates or alcohol and drugs. So it's a shot that will be taken every 30 days once she's released, so that those cravings help, along with any type of programming that she would continue while on the street.
Let me ask you about that. So when she gets out, of course, medication is very expensive in the United States. So the Vivitrol shot, is somebody going to assist her to sign up for Medicaid or something like that so that this can continue?
Yes, ma'am. So Medicaid will be applied for and hopefully approved prior to, so that everything's taken care of. And traditionally, if we know when we get the person's release date, we'll give the injection a couple of days before they leave. So we know we have a few weeks just to get them in then to that next mental health center so that they don't miss any type of dose and can stay on that 30-day track.
And speak to the, what, Mr. Myers was talking about, medium custody. What's going on with that as compared? You know, is there a DB problem there or some reason that she's not trusted?
No, ma'am, it's nothing to do with her disciplinary. It's more with, I think, her sentence length and the charge with armed robbery charges that kind of causes a little bit of issue with the specifics of minimum custody screening. It has nothing to do with her disciplinary history.
Yeah, her behavior since she, yeah. And
Correct.
then he was talking about a disciplinary write-up in 2019 and 2012. Has that been why she's at your facility or a different one? Y'all had that? Or maybe she could address it. Can you
Yes.
address it?
Yes, ma'am. I had 2 write-ups.
Uh-huh.
One was unsanitary practice,
Okay.
and so I don't know what they labeled.
So you've only had 2 write-ups during this time period? Just 2 write-ups totally?
No, ma'am. I had write-ups when I was in Tallulah.
Tallulah, what was going on there?
Yes, ma'am. Unauthorized area. I want to say forgery. They had me under Patricia Stanley, but I was sentenced under Patricia Miller, and I wrote on my paper Patricia Miller. So they wrote me up for that.
Okay, a misunderstanding.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so we're talking about the educational situation and the high set program.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to need that, make it in life. That's a minimum. So how do you feel about that? What's going on?
I have a little trouble. I've been at it and I've been diligent with it, trying, but like algebra is kind of hard for me.
Right.
And yes, ma'am. But
So that's really been your hang up, getting over the math so that you can.
The math and the English.
Math and the English.
My English goes up and down.
Well, and then I heard too with the parole project, they're going to continue to help her these types of things too.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right, now, when you were talking about the armed robberies, you referred to each one of the victims by first name. Did you know these ladies?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell me something about that?
I just randomly picked it. And I'm very ashamed and very remorseful for what I've done. It's nothing they've done. It was my problem and I made it theirs, and I'm truly sorry. I can't imagine the fear or the stress or the hurt or the financial burden I put on them and their families, not to mention the fear I put in the community. There's not a day that goes by I don't regret what I've done. And I'm just, I'm really sorry for my actions.
Let me ask you this, it was a crime spree. It was boom, boom, you know, August to September. It was with a gun and it was, open, I mean, give me some change. You know, everything was the same thing. Give me some change. They open the cash drawer and then you steal from them. What started in August that wasn't causing you to rob people before? There's something that happened during that period of time that you felt like you needed money so badly.
I got on heroin.
Heroin?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
And I needed the money, and so that's when I started robbing.
How did you
ma'am,
get arrested? How did you get arrested?
the police picked me up in I can't remember, not Folsom, around Folsom. Yes, ma'am.
Did you admit to your robberies when the police picked you up?
No, ma'am.
No.
No, ma'am. It was when ma'am.
Did they identify you as the person that robbed them? Is that how it happened?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am. It was when I went to court. I confessed everything that I've done.
Okay.
I knew I was in trouble and I just wanted a clean slate. And being remorseful, I really had nowhere to turn. My family didn't want to have anything to do with me. I lost all their trust. So when I got to prison, I realized I needed change. So I made a conscious decision to turn my life around. But I needed help and I had nowhere to turn. So I called on God and I asked him to help me to be the woman that he created me to be. And from there, I established a relationship. I read my Bible and I go to church. I just wanted my family and others to see that people like me can change. I have turned around and I'm like I said, I'm really remorseful for what I've done. And today, here, now, I help others. I encourage other ladies not to make the same bad decisions I have. All my life, I made a mess out of things. I've hurt people. I hurt people. And I did things that I'm not proud of. But today, I'm not that same person. I've changed because I want to change. I'm changed because I want my family back in my life. I have children and I have grandchildren that I want to be a part of their life. And with the parole project and others, I have this chance, I have this opportunity for the first time. I wanted to do something different. It's about time because I've been taken and taken and taken. Now it's time to give back. Now it's time to.
Let me ask the parole project, how long would she be under y'all's care, sir? Because she hasn't gotten her high set and I don't know about her vocational abilities. How long would y'all be providing housing and stuff to help her get on her feet?
Honorable board member, we'll be here in support of her as long as we need to be.
Okay, so she'll be successful at the point that she's released from your program. Is that how y'all do it?
Yes, ma'am. That is our intent with every client.
And where would she be residing at if she were to leave there and y'all were to help her?
She would remain with us, and once released from us, or once she's done with our program, she could go and live with her sister or wherever you all deem necessary.
Okay, is that in Baton Rouge, housing and employment in Baton Rouge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because, yeah, y'all have a wonderful facility. I've been there.
Thank
And y'all were concerned, what about that shot? Will y'all make sure that she gets help to get that shot for substance abuse? Because she was on heroin.
Yes, ma'am. We would definitely work with all of the people that deal in that space on our team to ensure that she gets the services that she needs.
Okay, with that, and so she served 13 years of a 20-year sentence, if my calculations are nearly that amount, that's what I see. So, that's all my questions.
All right, any other questions? I don't see any other questions, Ms. Miller. I believe we are prepared to vote, and I'll ask Ms. Stapleton to vote first.
Ms. Miller, this day, because you have served 13 years of a 20-year sentence, and you did have a crime spree, and you had victims, and it was terrible. I'm going to recommend that you have the ability to come up for parole, but you do need to get your high set. You just cannot make it with it. That's a minimum. So that's my recommendation.
Mr. Prater?
My recommendation is to deny because of the number of armed robberies, the fourth felony offender, plus other misdemeanor arrests and failing supervision went before in the past. So I think 13 out of 20 years has not been sufficient.
Mr. Tillis?
My recommendation is commutation of sentence with the immediate parole eligibility.
Well, you didn't get the votes you needed this morning, Ms. Miller. My vote would be the same as Mr. Prater, based on the information provided by the district attorney's office. You do have relief. You do have an out date guaranteed 2031. So you received 2 favorable votes, 2 votes that were not favorable. So today your application's been denied. But keep doing what you're doing. You're on the right track. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank y'all.
All right, good morning, Miss Reigns.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name is Brenda Reigns. My DOC is 586068.
All right, and let me recognize the folks you have there with you. You have Wesley Greer, your son, your father, Ronald Reigns, both of whom will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask for their comments. Also there is Gloria Messenger, Pat LeBeau, and Jonathan Strahan. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Ms. Carol Williamson. Also here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, representing the victim, we have Charles Shalane, Madeline Shalane, and Jessica Miguelson. And on Zoom, who will be speaking is the victim's brother, Mr. Robert Bruce, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time also. So let me just read some identifying information into the record, Ms. Reigns. You're here today. You're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in October 2011 in Grant Parish for a manslaughter conviction. You received a 25-year sentence. Now, you do have a parole eligibility date, which is in April of 2028, and you have a mandatory release date of July 22nd, 2031. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so generally, Ms. Reigns, in this process, the relief that would be granted by the pardon board or recommended would be parole eligibility. And you already have a parole eligibility date, and that date is April 16, 2028. So tell us exactly what are you seeking today? What are you asking us for?
I was asking for clemency. I was asking for mercy that I've served starting my 15th year, and I have been rehabilitated. My life has changed totally. I wasn't on the right medication. I'm now on the right medication. And is that kind of what you're asking me?
Well, specifically, what's the relief you were asking for? Because we would normally make a recommendation for parole eligibility or time cut if you were a lifer. But you already have parole eligibility coming up in less than 3 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are you specifically you're asking us just to cut your sentence short, make you parole eligible sooner, or what?
I'm asking for clemency because I've had 5 major surgeries and my leg still hasn't healed. The femur's broken.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a minute. So tell us what you did to land yourself in prison.
Well, Wayne had came over to my house back in June of 2009. He came unannounced. I was in really, really bad shape mentally. I was depressed. I was suicidal. And I was, like I said, in terrible shape. I asked him to leave 4 times. And we started arguing. And then he went outside to take the plates off the trucks because I had put all my trucks in his name and to take the plates off. So I went out and asked him, please don't do that, because that was my only means of making a living. And then, like I said, it got worse. He hit me. So I went back inside and I retrieved the gun that I had found, of my mama's gun. She had had it hid, but I had found it. Because like I said, I was consumed with taking my life day and night, day and night. I tried several different ways, and then I found the gun, and that was the way I was going to do it. But every day I would ask God, please don't make me do it today. I'll do it tomorrow. So then, it was a terrible time I went through. So then I walked back out and I said, Wayne, I'm going to shoot myself today because I want you to know how bad that you have hurt me. And he turned around and he hit my wrist like this, and the gun fell down. And then I went to pick it up to shoot myself in the heart, and it went off. Accidentally. I mean, I had no, I truly intend to take my own life. I never intended to harm him at all.
So tell us, you say what have you done since you've been in prison to change?
I've took many classes that helped me. Like I said, I got on the right. First, I went to a psychiatric hospital. I got properly diagnosed and I got on the right medication. And so since I've been here, I've seen a psychiatrist, a social worker, and I take my medicine faithfully. And if I feel myself starting to get the least depressed, I reach out for help in my social worker or the psychiatrist.
Good, glad to hear that. Warden Thomas, what can you tell us about Miss Reigns?
Brenda is medium custody. She actually lives up here in our assisted living area up in the infirmary due to some of the medical issues she had mentioned. So she does work up here. She's been more long-term up here, so help some of the other inmates that are living in the assisted living area. Her last write-up was in 2016. So haven't had, too much trouble, obviously, in the last decade. I know if there is any chance of an early release, she is requesting with the parole project and working with them. So I know Mr. Blake can give a little bit more detail on some.
Thank you. So let's hear from the parole project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Miss Brenda Reigns. Because of her programming and her classes, because she's taking life healthy choices and she participates in Partners in Parenting, she's also received a high school diploma, and because has good family support, we've accepted her into our program. Should the board give her a favorable recommendation, substance abuse evaluation.
We're having trouble with the
Ms.
audio.
Reigns will,
Mr. Blake, we're having trouble with the audio.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now, Madam Chair?
I can hear you, but your video is freezing up.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
That's better. Okay. Ms. Reigns will be assigned her and mentor her through her reentry process. Based upon her record and her rehabilitation, we ask the board to grant her a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. And then there at LCIW, could we first hear from Mr. Wesley Greer?
You can stand up.
Right here, Mr. Greer. Hello.
Go ahead, sir. What would you like us to know about your mother?
My mom's always been a strong working single mother. She raised two boys. She ran my grandpa's sawmill, and when he shut it down, she took two jobs, always make sure we had nice clothes and played sports we wanted, and took us to everything, bought us 4-wheelers and 3-wheelers, and as a single mom, and wouldn't hurt a fly. She would feed a stray cat before she fed herself. And I wanted to go, I guess, a little further about this Wayne guy. I never did care for the guy. And sometime in January of '09, Mom called me and she had found out this guy had been in prison for molesting his stepkids. And she went into a deep depression. I mean, it was tough. It was tough on all of us. And they had that business together and were trying to get away with it, she didn't want nothing to do with him. And he was kind of a bully. And, my grandma went down there and stayed with her because they didn't want her by herself. And actually that happened on a Sunday. Monday morning, she was going to check herself in a hospital because, whatever she had found out had messed with her head for being with this kind of person. And, you know, she didn't go to his house. She didn't go on the street and harm nobody. He come there to her house that my grandpa bought for her when we was 8 years old, where no man could tell her to leave or us to leave, where we were safe. And come over there bullying her and hitting her. And my grandma was begging him to leave. She had a stroke right after this, not with us no more. And she's had 5 surgeries. She gets pints of blood every time. Her eyes roll back in her head. The last surgery, I mean, she just can't. She's done her pain and suffering. And I think she needs to come home so we can try to get her healed up.
Thank you so much for sharing that information with us. We appreciate hearing from you, Mr.
Yes,
Greer.
ma'am. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Reigns, could we hear from you, sir?
What, may I say something? Is it okay if my other son speaks? Because, my dad had opted out. I first thought they all speak.
Okay, so we want Jonathan?
Yes.
Okay. Jonathan, we hear from you.
Sit down. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
All right.
Good morning, board members of the parole board. My name is Jonathan Strahan, and I'm the son of Brenda Reigns. I come before you today with a heart that is both heavy and hopeful. Heavy because of the past 15 years, my mother's been behind bars, away from her parents, her sister, her 2 sons, her granddaughter, and now great-grandchildren. And hopefully, because I truly believe she deserves the opportunity to come home and spend her remaining years with her people who love her deeply and have never stopped believing in her. My mother now is 67 years old. She has served 15 years long for a crime that has changed lives forever. She has never denied her responsibility for what happened, not once. She has lived every day with remorse, reflecting on pain that her actions caused and the life that was lost. But in that time, she has also worked hard to change, to grow, and to heal. I've stayed close to her as I possibly could. She's not just a mother, she's my best friend, my rock, the person I've always turned to. Her absence has created a silence in my life that no one else can feel. I talk to her daily, but it's not just enough. I want to be able to sit beside her again, and I want my daughter and grandchildren to finally know the woman who raised me with strength, love, and a heart bigger than any mistake she ever made. Since she's been incarcerated, her health has declined significantly. She's no longer the strong-spirited woman walking through life. She's developed multiple health issues. So I just humbly ask that y'all would consider an early release.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for sharing that with us. All right, now we'll hear from Mr. Robert Bruce.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm the brother of Wayne. And just to kind of give a little background, in 2002, I bought some land on Walker Gravel Pit Road in Dry Crawl and built a house. So whenever I'm new to an area, I go out of my way to introduce myself to know everyone. One of the 2 or 3 was unknowingly at the time until I knocked on their door. One of the neighbors up the road was an Alexander police officer that I worked with for years on Alexander Police Department. Another nearby neighbor that lived in a double-wide mobile home near me was Brenda Reigns and her 2 sons. I learned from Brenda that her father had owned a large sand and gravel pit further up the road, as well as some heavy equipment. And she would help her father with bookkeeping and coordinating schedules for delivery of materials for the parish and/or state highway department work. At that time, my brother worked for NRG Energy, which is a national power company. He was a supervisory maintenance team leader for substation facilities throughout Louisiana. Since he worked strictly Monday through Friday with NRG, he started his own business. I think that was sometime around early to mid 2004. I'm not sure exactly. By purchasing a dump truck for hauling materials and to create more income for his retirement. When I found that out from him, I told him that he could reach out to Brenda to see if she would be interested in working for him, because she and her father still had a lot of good contact within that industry. So he hired her to do that. During 2005 and 06, I took a senior construction manager position in Iraq. I was stationed there, or while I was stationed there, rather, I purchased a large dump truck as well, sometime around mid 05, I believe it was, and let my brother manage it along with his dump trucks. In around May of 2007, I took a position dry prong and purchased a new home in St. Louis. Shortly after I took this position, I sold my truck over to my brother, because at that time I traveled a lot with Crown Castle, and it was just too much for me to keep up with. From around 2007 through 09, my brother would tell me about confrontations with Brenda regarding her very short outbursts and volatile temper regarding business matters and jumping to conclusions. And I'm sure probably that was relative to maybe to her maybe bipolar or whatever mental conditions that she had, that she wasn't on medication for properly. Therefore, my brother decided to sell the trucks, which he already had a buyer for, so he could prevent losing any additional capital. Because apparently the highway material hauling contract became more and more difficult to obtain due to additional competitors for that market in that area. According to the information that I received, and I read through the entire indictment, all 28 pages of it. My brother went to visit Brenda on 6/13/09 at her home, like she discussed, which she used as her office. So in order for him to make that transaction to sell the dump trucks, he had to go get the titles for those dump trucks. And that's the reason that he went to her home, to obtain those two titles. It seemed, my interpretation was, it seems she took that as her position being jeopardized and possibly being unemployed, which sparked her horrific temper at the time. And so I've got 2 or 3 questions of my own, because she claimed that he hit her, did some other things, broke a chair, disrupted the whole office area in her home. According to the detectives that went out and inspected afterwards, there was no broken chair. There was nothing scattered around the office area. And I haven't seen any documentation from anyone relative to any bruising or marks on her body or anything like that relative to any kind of a hands-on confrontation as well. My brother and I were very close, and I have missed him for these past many years. Many things. And for her to get that volatile and shoot him in the back for no appropriate reason, even though she's claiming that she wanted to do it, she wanted to kill herself. Either way, who is to say if she does get parole, who is to say that she gets off her medication again and goes off on the deep end and kills somebody else? I love my brother to death and I miss him a lot.
Yes, sir. So,
She
Okay.
has changed many lives because of this, including my lives, his daughter's lives. He has a son. And I completely disagree with any kind of parole that she could possibly have. It may sound very mean on my end, but I don't see why this should be even taking place. On 6/13 of that date, on 2009, I get a phone call from my middle son while I was in St. Louis that my brother had been shot in the back at close range.
yes, sir,
And I
Mr.
still have nightmares over that.
Yes, sir. And thank you for sharing with us this morning. We appreciate hearing from you. We're going to go ahead and start our interview process. Mrs. Stapleton.
Okay, Ms. Reigns, I do have some questions about the incident when I was reading the report, based upon your statement, okay?
Yeah.
All right. You did say in here that, you said that he hit you twice. And I was wondering the same thing. When the detective came there, did they see any evidence of bruising? Where did he hit you at?
Yes, ma'am. On the report I got from the detective, I had a big red spot on right here above my chest that did turn into a bruise. They witnessed that. They wrote that down on my paperwork.
Okay, so you had that. And then the second thing that I noticed that, I mean, these were your comments, that you found out that he had been running around on you.
Well, I knew that a long time ago. That wasn't any factor to me.
Okay, well, I wondered if it was a factor because you wrote it down and that it had caused you to get depressed and suicidal, and that was one of the problems that you were having.
Well, I was extremely suicidal because he had raped me with a flashlight, and I just never recovered back. I mentally deteriorated terribly. Like I said, I never meant to hurt him or anybody. I'm sorry for his family, for Shannon and Madeline and Jessica and Robert. I'm very sorry.
And you were charged with slaughter.
But I'm not the same person that I was back in June of '09.
Okay. Well, I see that you have a lot of medical problems, and I know that, you know, you're being taken care of where you're at. So, I'll pass it along to anyone that's got any more questions.
Thank you.
Well,
Ma'am, if I may, could I add something, please? I apologize.
If you can do it very briefly, sir.
Yes. I think she's changed because she's on her on proper medication now.
Right,
As I
yes.
stated earlier, I think if she's released or on parole, God knows what may happen if she gets off of medication again. I don't want this happening to anyone else.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bruce. Mr. Tillis, any questions?
No.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Ms. Reigns, I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
Okay, Ms. Reigns, because you're gonna be eligible for parole in 3 years anyway, today I'm gonna deny your request.
Yes, ma'am.
Notice to deny opposition from the victim. She already has a parole eligibility date, and she's only served 15 years of a 25-year sentence for murder.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote also is to deny.
And my vote today also is to deny Ms. Reigns because you already have a parole eligibility date in the not too distant future. So good luck to you, ma'am. But today your application for clemency has been denied.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes our business there. Thanks so much for accommodating us today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. God bless you all.
All right, good morning. The Pardon Board is reconvening. We are now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is Monday, July 21st, 2025. The time is 10:34 a.m. With the staff there at Angola, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Darrell Benoit, Ward. Reginald Admiral, classification.
Harmon Shipley, offender records.
All right, thank you. And our first case this morning is Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
David Patterson, 105235.
All right, Mr. Patterson, and in support there at Angola, we have Ron Hicks, who will be speaking on your behalf, and Ms. Draper, a friend.
Yes, ma'am.
Jahan, how do you pronounce Ms. Draper's first name?
Jahan.
Jahan, okay. And then on Zoom, you see the Parole Project, Mr. Blake. He'll also be speaking, and we'll call on him shortly. Here in opposition, we do have representing the District Attorney's Office in Jefferson Parish, Mr. Meyer. Before we get started, Mr. Patterson, I'm just going to read some identifying information into the record, sir. Mr. Patterson, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in January 1984 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay. All right, sir. So tell us before we start our interview process, tell us, what happened to land you in prison.
Well, to be honest about it, ma'am, I'm here for being stupid, but I was hitchhiking across country. And I met this other co-defendant, and then both of us got picked up by a young lady, and she had a cooler full of beer in the car when we got in it. So we all started drinking beer. Then we stopped to get some gas. She said that the beer wasn't doing any good. So I bought a filter whiskey. I bought it myself, and the filter whiskey is probably what caused the crime. So I'm taking responsibility for that. But I did not kill the victim, and you have the court records. I'm sure you know that. But anyway, I really felt bad about it all these years. I blame myself for this crime, and it was senseless and stupid, but that's just the way it was.
So, okay, so you submitted an application for clemency. So tell us why you believe we should vote favorably for you today.
Well, I'm getting old. I had a heart attack, and I just can't get around the way I used to. And what I would really like to do is get out here and find me a decent little job that I can do and just live out my life very quietly. And that's just about to sum it up.
All right. Well, Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Patterson?
He's a Class A trustee. He lives in Cypress on the East Shore, and he's a maintenance worker. He's only had 13 D reports in 41 years. His last report, I think, was in 08, I believe. It's been a while. No, he's no problem. He works every day. Low key.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. So let's go over to the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
With Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of disciplinary record, him being a Class A and him having a job in maintenance up to the program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation to provide transitional housing, social norms, and many other.
We've lost you, Mr. Blake. That we understand that
also be given a reentry specialist that will guide him.
Okay. We understand the Parole Project has accepted Mr. Patterson as a client and will enroll him in their transitional preparation program. So because of the audio issues we're having, we're going to go ahead and move on to Mr. Ron Hicks.
Hey, good morning to the honorable board. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Patterson. I've known Mr. Patterson for at least 30 plus years, And ever since I've known Mr. Patterson, he has a exceptional work ethics. He's always contributed to the safety and well-being of the people at the hospital where he's worked for over 30-something years, providing maintenance and other cares for the people that are at the hospital, people that are on hospice. And I've lived around Mr. Patterson, and I understand that Mr. Patterson has made a tremendous transition in his life. All the years that I've lived around and known Mr. Patterson, he has always been a person that gave to other people. He's never looked for things for himself. He's always been giving and providing services to help better inmates in this prison to live a better life. And I just want to say that I believe that Mr. Patterson has a great opportunity to provide other services outside of prison. And I'm just asking this honorable board to consider him and grant his petition for clemency. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Now we'd like to hear from the DA's office, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish. We're strongly opposed to Mr. Patterson's request. Note that there's very strong victim opposition in this case. This is a horrible crime that Mr. Patterson and his co-defendant, Mr. McFall, committed on the second-degree murder of Ms. Powers. Ms. Powers picked him up hitchhiking, and when they got to New Orleans, Mr. Patterson and Mr. McFall committed this murder. Autopsy says that she was stabbed about 8 times, and it may have been 2 knives involved in the crime. May have. It didn't definitively state it was 2. So today, in his application, Mr. Patterson claims that he was passed out drunk in the rear seat, and his co-defendant killed Ms. Power. She fell out of the car, and Mr. McFall woke him up and helped get her back into the car. 2017, he applied for accommodation of sentence. And at that time, he said the facts in this case are listed in the trial transcript. The only thing he wanted to add was that he bought the whiskey that got them intoxicated. That was not part of the trial transcript. But what the trial transcript showed was that Patterson held a knife to Powers' neck to stop the car, that he grabbed her to prevent her from escaping, and he held her while McFall stabbed her. Excuse me. He then helped put her back in the car. When the officers came, they noted that he had blood stains on his chest, stomach, pants, and that Miss Powers was dead in the car. So I don't think Mr. Patterson is being completely honest with this board, and because of that, he should be denied his request for accommodation. Further, let's look at what he's done while he's been incarcerated. Only program he's taken is 100 hours. It's been no vocational programs, no reentry, no anger management, except which is part of 100 hours. And the annual assessment states he needs anger management. No victim awareness. The only certificates are the 100 hours and the certificate of appreciation from the hospital. Mr. Patterson states he wanted to be released to spend the remaining years with his family. However, Ms. Powers is not able to spend any time with her family because she was murdered by these 2 guys. And he doesn't want to be a burden on the taxpayers. But I would suggest that the taxpayers would rather have a violent criminal like Mr. Patterson incarcerated and would gladly pay for that instead of allowing him back on the street. So for those reasons, his lack of programming, his lack of honesty, and the strong victim opposition, we're also strongly opposed. Thank you.
Meyer. Mr. Patterson, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good morning,
Yes.
Mr. Patterson. How are you? I'd like you to tell me, I read your case a couple of times, and how many certificates do you have? The DA just said that you didn't take some classes. Did you take anger management and all that? How many classes have you taken?
The only one I took was 100 hours. Mostly I just worked. I tried to learn every trade I could.
Okay. On the On your record, it shows where I guess that was included in 100 hours. It says personal development, problem solving, anger management. Could the warden reply to that, please?
All that's in 100 hours.
Oh, it is?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So, Mr. Patterson, tell me this. Did you were in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
Did you hold a knife to her neck?
No, sir, I did not do that.
Uh,
The co-defendant came to the trial to help me and the lawyer and the detectives told him what to say to help me. At least he thought he was helping me. You have a statement in there somewhere because I sent it to you where he told you that they did tell him what to say. That's where that came from.
Did you have a knife on you?
No, I don't even own a knife, never have.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Mrs. Stapleton?
No, I don't have any questions.
Yep.
All right, I don't have any other questions. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Patterson, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to recommend commutation of sentence, immediate eligibility of parole,
You mean commuting to 99 years?
commuted to 99 years.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote today is to deny because of the strong DA opposition and victim opposition. And then the police report, the police saying that he had blood all over his clothes and everything, and that he held her down. So I think there is a lack of honesty in his testimony.
Mr. Prater?
So my vote's to deny. I think that there's evidence that that she was stabbed that many times and she had to have some help. And I'm always suspect when somebody says they can't remember what happened, but they do remember they didn't do it. That don't make sense to me. And you were found guilty by a jury, so my vote's to deny.
All right, Mr. Patterson, you've got 2 votes to deny your application, 1 that was favorable to your application. My vote today would also be to deny based on what we heard from the DA's office and lack of sufficient programming. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied, sir. All right, Mr. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the pardon board? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Patrick Courtney. My DOC number is 295356.
All right, Mr. Courtney, before we get started, I want to acknowledge the folks who joined us. We have Mr. Blake with the Parole Project, Ms. Stacy Cook on Zoom. She'll be speaking on your behalf. There at Angola, I see we have Ron Hicks, Jahan Draper, Charletha Griffin, Sean Toussaint, Clara Griffin, Latricia Rubin, Sharetta Thomas, Pamela Bennett, Tanya Dotson, and Della Hayes. Well, I'm sorry, starting with Ms. Bennett, they're here with us. Pamela Bennett, Tanya Dotson, Della Hayes, Sally Courtney, and Russell Mouton are here with us in Baton Rouge. And Ms. Courtney, Sally, will be speaking on your behalf, and we'll ask her to do so at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Courtney, let me read some identifying information into the record, sir. So you are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in St. Landry Parish in July 1991 to life for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Courtney?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So tell us then, before we start our interview and hear from those that want to speak on your behalf, tell us, what landed you in jail? How did you find yourself in prison? What have you done since that would warrant a favorable vote today?
Okay, me and Mr. Whitney Thomas had got into an argument, and I shot him out of fear and drinking. My drinking was all unmanageable, and me and him had got into an argument. And I wound up in prison, took self-help classes. Over the period of years, I met his family at the rodeo. They gave me a closure, talking about they come in peace. I told them how sorry I was, but I am remorseful for the whole situation of Mr. Whitney Thomas and the pain and the hurt that I caused Mr. Whitney Thomas' family and everyone else.
Okay. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Courtney?
Okay, he served he's been here 34 years. He's a Class A trustee, lives in Dorm 2 at Camp F, and he works in the kitchen as a baker. He's had 19 DB reports in 34 years. He's taken victim awareness, thinking for a change, cage your rage, substance abuse, 100 hours, inside, outside dads, and Malachi dads.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Blake, can we tell us about the parole project's plan?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Patrick Courtney. Because of his status as a minimum age trustee, him residing in camp, him being a cook and a baker, and he's also, because of his programming and his classes, we've accepted him into our program. We're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, and many more. He's going to also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that's going to guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cook, could we hear from you, please?
Yes, good morning, board. My name is Stacy Cook, and I am here in support of Patrick. I met him as a volunteer at Angola, and I believe it was about 2017 when I met Patrick. And it is important for me to say that I am here personally, not as a representative of any 12-step program, because our programs don't allow us to show up that way. So I'm here personally in support of Patrick. I've been volunteering in correctional facilities since 1992, and this is the first time I've ever participated like this. for an inmate. I have, when I first started volunteering at Angola, there weren't any meetings from the outside. There were no volunteers. So I worked with the warden, and the first population I was able to start these meetings was at Camp F. And then we slowly made our rounds to the main prison, Camp D, Camp C, and then eventually I was able to start the first meeting ever and anywhere in the world on death row, which I'm very proud and very humbled to have that experience. I met Patrick at the very first meeting that we ever had, and he still attends today. And I don't know, when I've been there, he's never missed a meeting ever. And it's very different at Camp F than the main prison and C and D, because there's no certificates given. There's nothing like that. People are showing up because they want to be there, that they know they need to be there, and they're not looking for anything but help from the volunteers on the outside. So that really has meant a lot. I know that Patrick has a lot of goals. As mentioned, he's a baker. He wants to own his own business one day. And I just wanted to lastly say that I believe he has tremendous support from his family. And I wanted to confirm the amount of support that he would have from people here on the outside. I know that he is remorseful through his experience, strength, and hope when he shares from his heart about his past. I know that he takes accountability for what he has done. He mentions the victim by name, and I would love to be able to see Patrick as a productive member of society here on the outside with us. And that's all I have. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to speak to us this morning. Now we'll hear from Mrs. Courtney. Sally, would you step up to the podium, please?
Thank y'all for having us again. This is our third time, but my dad said third time's a charm. So along with his family and my family, we come together and actually give us a chance to get Patrick. And he's worked hard in almost 35 years. I've known Patrick for probably 15 years. We met at a sister's day out. Me and my two sisters, my niece and my youngest son at the time was probably 12 years old. Maybe a little younger, but Patrick has done so much for my son. Because also, I'm sorry, I get emotional when it comes to Patrick. My son lost his father at 4 years old. And at 12 or 13, he met Patrick, and Patrick became not a stepfather, a father to my son. He's been there ever since. He sent my son to New York to Murder Life Island on a trip with the church for 7 days. First time my son ever left home. Patrick taught me how to teach my son how to manage money. From where he was at, Patrick helped a lot of people in our community that was very appreciated. We live in a small rural area, very poor people. Patrick did hobbycraft and sent it home with us to give to these people when they had no money to buy medicine or food for their children. He helped us do that. Didn't even know these people. So today, I come to you humble and actually humble to give my person a second chance. Myself, I will be living with Patrick if you do this, with my sister who was in law enforcement. I have law enforcement family members, 3 brothers that were in law enforcement, and they're all very hope Patrick comes home to help him. And where we live, he would be a big help to our community and the youth there. So again, I'm asking, please give us a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right, Patrick, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his question?
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Patrick, how are you?
I'm okay, sir.
What do you do besides cooking at Angola?
Well, I do service work through AA. I do book covers for AA all over, personalized book covers, do special work with helping people who need help or whatever they may need help with. I do a variety of different things.
Okay, I went through your case, and Out of the classes and stuff you had, which one impacted you the most?
Thanking for a change, victim awareness, anger management.
Tell me about them. I mean, what key points you got out of them?
Thanking for a change, I learned to better my situation. Think before I just react to anything. Anger management, learn to control my anger and be patient and understand other people. Victim awareness, everybody became a victim. Mr. Whitney Thomas family, I am very remorseful for the hurt and the pain that I caused his family and everyone else. That's what I got out of victim awareness.
You say you met the victim's parent and you had closure with them?
Yes, sir. They came to Angola Rodeo where I was allowed to sell hobby craft. They say, Courtney, we come to you in peace. I said, I'm sorry, regretful for the hurt, the bad decision that I made. And I hugged them and they walked off. They say, we just come to see how you're doing. So thank y'all very much.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Mr. Stapleton,
I have no questions.
Mr. Prater?
No questions.
So you were friends with Mr. Thomas, right? Whitney?
We worked at the restaurant Prudham Cajun Cafe together and we was drinking.
Y'all relatives? Were you kin to him?
We was drinking. We was working together.
Okay, it seemed to me that I saw somewhere that y'all may have been related. So I want to say for the record that Joseph Thomas, this is Whitney Thomas's brother, he was there at the time all this happened, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
And he did let us know that he is not opposed to commutation of your sentence. He believes you deserve a second chance. You need to know that. I don't have any other questions. I believe we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillins?
My vote is to recommend commutation of sentence 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to the same, commutation of sentence. He was only 19 at the time. There was only one shot fired during this argument, which I think is sufficient because I've seen a lot of these things before in my life, and I think that when you just have one shot, that means something too. He turned himself in. He served 34 years already, and 2 other pardon boards have already recommended that he have this. So my vote is to commutation of sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mrs. Stapleton?
Mine's the same based upon everything that both of my board members have said. Commutation of sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
And Mr. Courtney, my vote is the same. So on your behalf, sir, we're going to make the recommendation that your sentence be commuted and that you become immediate parole eligible. Good luck to you, Patrick.
Thank y'all very much. All right, man. Good luck. Okay.
Okay, and so our next case is Mr. Pratt. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Sit up for me, please. Sit up straight. There you go. There you go. Better. Much better. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is George Pratt, 241643.
All right, Mr. Pratt, and you have counsel with you today.
Good morning, Ms. Renatza. Jane Hogan on behalf of Mr. Pratt, and I'll make a statement whenever the board deems it appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let me acknowledge the folks who are here. They're at Angola. Let's see. We have your sister Joyce Johnson on Zoom. We have the Parole Project, and then we have Trey Dorsey there with you in Angola, your brother. Those are the three people who I have listed as speakers. Also present, we have Bobby Wallace, Androyce Johnson, Japal Bradley, Larick Gooden, Geotabe, I'm sorry, Richardson, your son. I'm sorry if I'm sure I butchered that. How do you pronounce your son's name?
Jortavius Richardson.
Jortavius, I'm sorry. Okay, Jortavius, I see it now. And you have your father, Mr. George Pratt Sr., and Shakwisi Gooden, your daughter, is also here, there at Angola. We do have opposition today. In opposition, we have Sean Powell, Brenda Washington, and Teresa Washington. All will be speaking, and at the appropriate time, we'll ask them to do so. First, Mr. Pratt, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in May 1998 in Ouachita Parish to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Pratt?
Ms. Renatza, it was 1994. He was convicted. I think, and I think that he's a first offender. I think that he might be classified as second because his conviction was briefly vacated on a writ of habeas corpus, then it was reinstated. So I'm not, so.
Okay. Thanks for that.
And he went back to prison in 1998. Yes, ma'am.
So maybe that's where I got 98 from. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. So Mr. Pratt, why don't you tell us about what happened? How'd you wind up in prison as a first offender? What did you do?
I murdered my best friend, Leo Washington. Shot and killed Leo Washington, my best friend.
Tell him a little bit about
So tell us a little bit about the circumstances. I mean, what happened? Why did that happen?
We had a disagreement on something, and me and him couldn't get along, and we was pretty much at odds, and I was just trying to do what I could to try to avoid it.
You were at the rec center.
And I was at the recreation center, and he pulled up, and when he pulled up, I was probably about 20 feet from him, and he come down where I was, and we started to have words. And as I attempted to try to turn around and walk off, he hit me with several licks, and we fought for a while. And I pulled out a handgun, and I ran behind him and shot him. And I'm very remorseful for it.
Okay, so you've been in prison for some time. Tell us what you've been doing and why you believe we ought to vote for you today.
32 years ago, I did shoot my best friend, and there was no justification for what I did. And I'm very, very remorseful for it. I understand I can't change what I did, but I can change and make me as a better person. I am rehabilitated. I've earned a trade. I took numerous of classes, and I also have been a member of Church God in Christ that have brought me closer to God, and as I'm serving as an usher.
Mm-hmm.
I am on November 19th, 1992, I do take full responsibility of what happened that night. And I'm very sorry for it. That's why I'm sitting here today asking the board for mercy.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden Benoit, can you tell us about Mr. Pratt?
Yes, ma'am. George is a minimum wage trustee. He's assigned to Camp D Eagle, where he is a groundskeeper at the present time. In the 32 years, he's had 21 write-ups. He's taken 100 hours, substance abuse, anger management, victim awareness and letter training, design for living, parenting skills, and trauma healing.
When was his last write-up?
His last write-up was a simple fight in 2015.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All right, we'll hear from those who want to speak in support first. Could we hear from Ms. Joyce Johnson?
Just sit right there.
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
I am Joyce Johnson. I am the sister of George Pratt Jr. First, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning in support of my brother. My brother and I grew up together in the same household with my mother and father, which they showed us so much love and tried to do the best they could by us. There are 4 children total that my mother had. 4 children. I'm the third child. My brother and I have been close all of our lives. Even though I would say he left me early in life, I still have remained close to my brother over these almost 34 years since he's been incarcerated. He is a good person. He has a great heart. He's always looked out for me, even though I'm older. He's always treated me like I was younger than him. He's always looked out for me. He looked out, I know and remember him looking out for his children, his fiance, my children. There were times when I needed to be at work, or my husband, was working a shift where he couldn't get the children. And when my brother was off work, he would go and pick them up and take care of them. This was a very, very, very unfortunate situation. And I'm sorry that it happened. But I know that my brother is rehabilitated. I know that he has learned to do better and to try to make better decisions in life. And I know this, all the courses and things that he's taken has helped him, because through the years, as I've talked to him, I hear it. I hear it in his tone. I hear how he talk about, being a better person. And he's expressed to me that, he wished that things would not have gone the way they did 30 something odd years ago. So I know that he's learned, and I know that he's ready to come out and to be a productive member in society. And it's my prayer that he be granted commutation so that he'll be able to prove that he can be productive, that he can come out and spend some time, the time that he has left, the time that we have left with family, that he'd be able to come out and spend time with his children and grandchildren that he hadn't seen before, time with his father that he has left, because I've been there for my father. I'm the only one that's there for my father right now. He's expressed to me, he's asked me to hang on so that he can come out and help with him. And I'm hoping that God sees fit for him to be able to do that, because we do have our father now. We've lost my mom since he's been incarcerated, but she was so close to my mother. And I understood that because he was my mom's only son. We lost my mother. We've lost my sister 2 years ago. We lost a niece last year. So I'm praying that he can come out and spend some time with my father, with me, before I leave this world. And he's promise me that he's gonna help me because I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right.
But it's hard. It's very, very hard, you know, for me to work, try to take care of myself and to go every day to take care of my father, to get into his appointments. And George has promised me that he will help me, and I know that he will. And he has so much support. I've supported him through all these years. I will not stop supporting him until I close my eyes. We've lined up jobs for him. He has two jobs lined up. He has a place to live. He has a choice. It will be his choice whether he wants to live with me or my father. Thank you, Daddy. And also, as far as financially, myself and my brother will be supporting him. My godbrother's gonna help him with the job. He's one of the job officers. So again, I want to thank you guys. Thank everyone on the board for allowing me to speak this morning. And it's my prayer that my brother will be able to return home soon.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. George Pratt. Because of his faith-based programming and the classes he's taken, he's certified in CPR. He volunteers in the healthcare dorm, and he's a trustee. Parole Project has accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation today, we are offering him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and many other programs that we have here. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist, and that individual will be intentional about helping him reintegrate back into society. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support, we ask that the board would grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Terry Dorsey, please.
Yes, my name is Terry Dorsey. I've known George. He's my godbrother. I've known George since I was 6 years old, and been supporting him throughout his incarceration. I'm a successful business owner of Dynamic Mechanics, to where I do mobile mechanic and auto mechanic. And upon his release, I plan on supporting him with a job to help him, in society.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Hogan, I'd like to hear your presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Natsa. George Pratt, as he has stated, he's worked on himself extensively over the past 32 years. And while he cannot change what happened, he has made strides to change who he is and to correct the defects that led to his incarceration. In addition to what's already been mentioned by the warden, Mr. Pratt is available as a volunteer. He lives, as Mr. Blake noted, he volunteers to live in a healthcare dorm. So he pushes guys to meals, he helps guys clean themselves, use the restroom. He doesn't have to do that, but he volunteers to do that. He also volunteers if there's the need for someone to be buried in the cemetery and they don't have enough people. Mr. Pratt has assisted in several burials. He attends at least 2 church services a week and has been for at least the past 2 decades. He is a low risk of recidivism. He makes beautiful hobby crafts, which he always donates to charitable events. And he's really, in the packet that I submitted, there is a letter of support from Assistant Warden Williams from Camp D, which really speaks volumes of who Mr. Pratt has shown himself to be around the people that see him every day and that know him. I would also mention that enclosed in the packet of things that I submitted was also a letter from one of Lee. This is obviously a tragedy, and as Mr. Pratt stated, he was very close friends with Mr. Washington. They actually lived together. They dated. Their girlfriends were sisters, and they were very, very close until they had this unfortunate falling out. I know that some members of the Washington family have, over the years, forgiven Mr. Pratt. I know that we certainly don't expect that from everybody. Mr. Pratt's very grateful for the amends that he has been able to make. So we would ask this board, in light of everything, in light of the amount of time served, the tremendous amount of support that he has. His 4 children are here supporting him. He has, as his sister mentioned, he has grandchildren and great-grandchildren that he hasn't met yet. In light of everything, and in light of who he's shown himself to be, in light of his strong reentry plan, we would ask this board to commute his sentence and to give him a second chance.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so then we do have the letter or from one of the members of the Washington family. So now we'll hear from those opposed. Could we hear from Sean Powell?
Good morning to the board and members of the court. My name is Sean Derek Powell, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my mother, Rachel Powell, who is not here with me because she is too overcome with emotion to speak for herself. We are here today not just for justice, but to honor the life and memory of my uncle Leo Washington, who was taken from our family almost 33 years ago. I never had a chance to meet him, but I've come to know him through the eyes and heart of my mother. She speaks of him not only as her brother, but as her protector, her friend, and someone who brought laughter and light to their home. His absence left silence in our family that was felt for generations. When someone is taken violently, it doesn't just end a life, it echoes forward. My mother's life was forever changed. Her grief became a quiet companion that she carried through birthdays, holidays, and all the moments that he should have been here for. It shaped how she raised my siblings and I, how she trusted the world, and how she coped with pain. Even though I never met him, I stand here as a part of the legacy of what was lost. And I also stand here as proof that his memory lives on, that love doesn't die with violence. We ask the court to consider not only the events of that tragic day, but also the decades of pain and loss my mother and our family have endured. We are not here for revenge, but we are here for accountability. We are here to say my Uncle Leo Washington mattered, and that his life had value, and that his story didn't end the day it was taken. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Brenda Washington. Brenda, I think you have to unmute your microphone. She on? Miss Brenda?
Hello?
There you are.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Bessie Washington. When George gunned down her brother, he had time to think. He ran to the car and got the gun. He didn't have the gun on him. He ran to the car and gunned down my uncle because they had a competition over my brother, which they was friends. And they was dating 2 sisters. And George could have handled it better instead of taking his life. He put a void in our family. My uncle was in college at the time. He came home for Thanksgiving break. He had a dream, and George took that from him. He have a son. He left here when he was 3 years old, and now he's a grandfather, and he's not able to enjoy that because George took his life. I'm sorry that George made that decision and everything, but he put a void in our life that we cannot bring back. And I'm sorry that we feel that he should do more time and not get out at this time. Maybe in 5 or 10 more years, yes. But George had time to think and everything. He shot my mother, brother in front of her. And I'm sorry that I feel this way, but we still have that void in our life. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you.
All right, thank you.
Is Teresa Washington on?
She's not available yet, but we can go on.
Okay, we will. Thank you for that. All right, so, Mr. Pratt, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. He'll ask you some questions.
Hello, Mr. Pratt.
How you doing, sir?
Got a
Great.
couple of questions. We'll go straight to the meat of the matter. According to the police reports, you chased, this is the police reports, you chased this fella down, shooting at him, chased him into a house and into the bathroom and shot him in the bathroom, and he ran out back into the street or ran out into the house and you shot him again. According to your reports, it happened right in front of the rec center. What, help me here.
Sir,
Tell him what happened. You pulled it, you're
Tell
gonna
me
use
what
it.
happened. In other words, your account of it and
I
the
couldn't hear you.
witness account are vastly different.
Mr. Prater, I was at the recreation center and talking to a friend of mine before I was going headed down to talk to my mother and father before the night turned in, and I come back home with my family. But Mr. Prater, when I was at the recreation center, I saw them. They went down. They turned around, and I thought they was kept on going. And I started talking to my friend, and they did pull around, and they come back, pull up to me, Mr. Prater, and they got out the car. Several of them got out the car. 4 or 5 family members walked up to me, and we had words. And the words led to some violent words. And I was still trying to avoid it. And for many months, weeks, and Mr. Prater, honest truth, I said, man, I don't want no problems with y'all, man. And Mr. Prater, the only thing I say I was wrong about is I had the gun in my pocket. And as I turned around to walk off, sir, I was hit upside the head 2 and 3 times. And honest, I turned around and me and him began to fight. And as to this day, Mr. Prater, I went in my back pocket, sir, and pulled a pistol out of my pocket, which I was wrong, and I'm remorseful for it, very remorseful. And I did that do, Mr. Prater, chased him, pulled a gun out of my back pocket.
Chased him into a house.
And I chased him to a house, like you said, I was wrong. Sir, I was really wrong for that. I'm
Okay, so you
remorseful.
chased him, shot at him in the street. Is that correct?
No, sir, I shot 1 time, Mr. Prater.
In the house.
In the house, like you say, I did do that. And when I came out, I began to run feet and ran and got in my car, and I took off.
You chased him into the bathroom. Is that where the bathroom comes into it?
Yes, sir. I did do that. But the rest, Mr. Prater, I did not do.
You only shot him 1 time, so the police report says multiple gunshots, but it was just
Not
1
saying
time.
yes, sir. Not saying you wrong, Mr. Prater. I did shoot him once. That's all. And I was wrong when I ran up in the house behind him, and I'm very remorseful. I did shoot him once in the bathroom. And when I ran out, Mr. Prater, I was running, and I got in my car, and he was running behind me, and he did collapse in the front yard. He was not in those streets.
Okay. Well, that's what I was wondering, because it was talking about self-defense. And self-defense in my mind, I'm thinking movies, y'all about to get in a fight and
Yes,
you
sir.
4 of them and you pull out a gun and shoot him. But you actually chased him like the witnesses say. Okay, let me ask you about, we talked about second offender, but you do have a cocaine conviction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just felon.
Can I explain it, Mr. Prater?
No, that's okay. We're not here talking about that. I was just trying to get the business straight about you are a second offender.
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't to do with the court case, second offender. And in fact, you've been arrested for rape, another time for aggravated battery with a dangerous weapon, another armed robbery, an ag assault, a possession of cocaine. Other than that, the convictions, and they were all dismissed. Is that correct?
I don't remember none of that, Mr. Prater. I remember that I was at a club one time, and when the narcotics drove up, Mr. Prater, somebody threw some drugs down by my feet. And they picked me and another guy up, and they took us, and I wound up getting probation. And I didn't serve no time for that, got probation, and that's the only time, Mr. Prater, that I ever been in trouble.
Okay, so that must, wonder why that's on your record.
I don't know, Mr. Prater. Armed robbery, rape, no, sir.
None of that you. Okay,
No,
well,
sir.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I did get a copy of his criminal background. It's part of the record on appeal, and I do see the cocaine charge, and then there was a receipt of stolen things, perhaps from when he was 17 or 18, but I didn't see any kind of arrest or anything like that for rape or the serious charges that you mentioned. But I could be wrong.
all right, well, I'm just saying, well, the information that we were supplied as far as your record, but I know sometimes there can be glitches and wrong people and wrong entries and things, so I will not hold that against you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
I noticed you took a lot of courses and you've done good there. You got a lot of support. You do have the victim opposition, and you got the good letter from the witness. I think that I have, you were 25 at the time and you're 58 now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Served 33 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
I got Mr. Pratt. Your best friend kind of made you angry?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Tillis. Yeah.
What did he do to make you angry, that angry?
Well, Mr. Tillis, I'm gonna be honest. We had some problems, and he used to stay by my house, which I had at my house by myself, me and my kids. And he was dating the sister, and I was dating the older sisters, which is my daughter's behind me. And I also had in my car, Mr. Tillis, supported him in school and let him spend the night by my house. When I went shopping, he went shopping. I kept money in his pocket. And I was looked at him like he was one of my brothers. And I'm gonna be honest, I did do wrong with drugs, Mr. Tillis. I'm gonna be there, and that's where the problem come in at. I often sent him to school, and I did everything I could for him, and somehow money and drugs kind of came between us. And I tried my best, Mr. Tillis, to stay away. When I saw them, I ducked them, him and his family, 4 or 5 of them, was the same night that happened. And the friends in the neighborhood growed up with us. They kind of like was telling me, George, be careful, because they said they was gonna get you, just all type of stuff. Mr. Tillis, I just was ducking it the most I can. And Damien and a few of them, they have sent me money, since I've been incarcerated, said they forgive me, the immediate family. And my brother right here deals with certain ones right now. Other Washington family goes over his house. I talked to him on the phone, and I was just close to them. And Leo, me and him was real close. I did a lot for Leo. And at just this time, Mr. Tillis, I was wrong for what I did. I take full responsibility of it. I just was, it was supposed to happen, but I did all I can, sir, to avoid it.
Okay, I've been listening to you. You seem like a real cool guy. And slow down.
I try to be, sir.
Yeah, so he must have really ticked you off, huh?
Yes, sir.
And I see the remorsefulness. Anger management, what did you learn in there? That's okay, don't answer that. I'm through with my questions. You're all right.
I have no questions.
All right, I don't, Mr. Pratt, I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. We'll ask Mr. Prater to vote first.
Because of victim opposition, because of the fact you got a life and you served 33 years, because of the fact that you chased him down and it was not self-defense. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
Is it too late to ask for the executive? My vote is to grant commutation of sentence, reduced to 99 years with immediate eligibility of parole.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
I vote to deny based upon the fact that you chased him down. It was a deliberate act. And we do have strong victim opposition, and that's my reason for denying.
All right, Mr. Pratt, I have concerns about your record that, you know, we do see all the things that Mr. Prater mentioned in the record. In deference to the victim's wishes, my vote today also is to deny. Now, I hope you did get some encouragement by what was said by one of the victims. It's just not yet. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. I do hope you apply again when you're eligible to do so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. All right. Mr. Buckley, good morning.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Ronald Buckley, 180432.
All right, Mr. Buckley. Let me acknowledge the guests you have there with you. You have Ron Hicks and Jahan Draper. We also have here in support the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake. On Zoom, we also have an opposition representing the victim, Claudette Lee, Linda Busk, and observing on YouTube is Mr. Gregory Scott. First, Mr. Buckley, I'm going to read some information into the record, sir. So, Mr. Buckley, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in May 1993. You received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction, and then you also have an illegal use of a weapon or dangerous instrumentalities. You received a 2-year consecutive sentence on that. Is that information correct, Mr. Buckley?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us, sir, what you did to get in trouble, and why do you believe we ought to vote for you today?
Well, I got in trouble. I got angry, upset. And I just pertaining to the crime, I got upset, angry, and I shouldn't have took matters the way I did. I should have thought about it, and I shouldn't. I'm very sorry for what I did. I'm very.
What did you do?
I committed a murder. Second degree.
And who was the victim?
And my victim was my wife, Valina Buckley.
All right. All right. Well, we'll dive a little deeper into that in a minute. Let's. Why do you believe we ought to vote for you today?
Well, ma'am, when I came here, I'm not the same person that I was when I came here. I learned a lot, went to school, went through a lot of classes to make it things better, went to work, had to work constantly over and over again. Met a lot of people here in Angola and went to church on a regular basis. I'm just asking that that the family will forgive me for what I did. I know I can't never repay for what happened, but I would do better if it's up to you all to give me a chance to go back out and show the world to do better things for everyone.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Warden Van Oy, what can you tell us about Mr. Buckley?
Okay, Buckley is a Class A trustee. He's assigned to Camp C, Wolf 4. He's orderly up at the E building around the warden's office. He only has a total of 4 DB reports in 32 years. His classes include metamorphosis and life skills, parenting skills, cage raids, substance abuse, 100 hours, and thinking for a change.
All right, good. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ron Hicks, could we hear from you?
Once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Ronald Buckley. I've known Mr. Buckley for many years and seen his constant activity within the community, going around encouraging guys, just sharing the gospel of Christ with people, active in the community through church activities, and has a great work ethics. He's always been willing to help in any kind of way. He's always volunteering in places where some people wouldn't want to volunteer. Mr. Buckley, through the classes and programming that he's taken over the years, has really transformed his life, his mindset. And I think that Mr. Buckley has really done the work necessary to be considered for a commutation of sentence. So I'm asking this board to, on the behalf of me and my wife and everything else, everyone else has said, to grant Mr. Buckley a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project. I'm appearing on behalf of Mr. Ronald Buckley. He volunteers in Camp C clubs. He's a minimum aid trustee because of his programming and the classes he's taken, and also the fact that he only has 4 write-ups in 32 years. He's been accepted into our program. We're going to offer him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, and many other programs as well. And based upon these factors, we ask the board to grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition. Could we hear from Ms. Claudette Lee?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, this is, oh God, it's very emotional for me. Ronald, he made the choice to he made the choice on that day to take my sister's life. She didn't have a choice in the matter. It was evidence that she fought for her life, and he killed her and left her locked up in a bedroom in her apartment. And he sent his brother and a friend over there to remove her body. And they were unsuccessful because I went there because I was waiting for my sister to come to my house, and she never showed up, and that wasn't like her because we would talk and see each other, if not every day, every other day. And my sister was she was my best friend, and I miss her every day. Every day. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about my sister. I miss her so much. She had so much to give. She had so much life to live. She had so much going for herself. And she was loved by everybody who knew her. And it just devastated my family. She was a nanny to my kids. My kids have had to grow up without her. I mean, it turned our lives upside down. And my mother and my stepfather, my other sister and my brother, they're all this is now. So I don't have my sister, my best friend, to be with me. And I had no idea that he was such a violent, vicious, hateful person to do what he did to her, to strangle her the way that he did, to almost sever her neck from her body with with a telephone call as she fight for her life. And then he run and they catch him in Del Rio, Texas. He is not remorseful for what he did. He tried to blame it on the other people when he did it.
Ma'am. We're going to hear from Linda Buss while you collect yourself. Thanks for sharing those emotional remarks with us. Miss Linda, could we hear from you? No, ma'am, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can't. Oh, you just muted yourself again. Nope. Can't.
Let me hit another button.
There we go. That's it.
Okay. So first I'd like to thank you for letting me speak on behalf of my friend who no longer can speak for herself. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. Valina and I met in the United States Army in 1993. We instantly became friends. She was like a sister to me. She was kind. She was loving. Ronald Buckley took away that loving person the day he decided that his anger was more important than her life. And he strangled her violently and turned off the air conditioning and left her body to decompose in the heat. He continued with his day as if nothing happened. Ronald Buckley has other victims of his anger that have survived his crimes of horror. He has left a trail of violence. And I hope that you would take that into consideration in your decision to deny his request. My friend was not given a second chance, and I don't believe that Ronald Buckley should be given a second chance himself. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing that. All right. This case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Yeah. Did we hear from the Parole Project? Janice? Yeah, we did. We did.
All right. Good morning. How are you? Good afternoon. Mr. Buckley, I went through your case. Did you, was it rage or what? Read where you felt like she was cheating on you? Your wife?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about it. You sure of that, or was this hearsay or what?
I used to go in the house and find different objects in the house, socks, t-shirts, watch, a whole lot of stuff, sir.
Okay. Did you and your victim have kids together?
No, sir.
You didn't. And I also read where it was your brother, I think, you told him to go over, you think you may have killed her. That's your brother, friends.
That was my brother.
Your brother. What did they tell you? They told you that she was deceased, and what did you do after then?
Came back.
You came back to the scene? Okay. What are some of the classes that you've taken there since you've been incarcerated?
I took a whole lot of classes, cage your rage, how to get away from the she teach you how to, even though you done wrong, but the classes that I took was some very important classes that I took that teaches you how to cope with things like this and how to count other things, sir.
See, how far did you go in high school?
I went out, well, let me just, can I say something pertaining to that? When I came to Angola, I don't know how good this will do. I didn't know how to read or write. through Angola, I can do everything that probably you could do now. I just thank God that when I came to Angola, sir, I came to Angola with I couldn't even read. You didn't know what duh was, but through the school that I took, through the classes, I can read now, sir. And I thank all glory to the Most High God, Jesus Christ.
Did you get you got your GED?
Get a chance to get it. I didn't get a chance to get it, but I went through a lot of classes.
I read in there where you say it's not a day go by that you don't regret that what you did.
Big regret.
I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Buckley, you had 3 wives. The first one passed away, but the second one, why don't you tell me about the relationship, how it ended with that one? Completely.
Second one, I can tell you that we had some warm moments, kind moments, gentle moments.
I want to hear about the gun moments.
Ma'am?
I want to hear about the shooting moments. That's what I want to hear about. How it ended.
Well, ma'am, I can tell you this. When a man asks you to do something and you don't do it, at that time I was very angry, upset that I found the very gun still in the house. And back then, I was young, dumb, foolish. And I took wrong matters in my hand. I unload the gun, which is a snub nose 38. I unload the gun in the house. Thank God I didn't hit nobody.
Thank God. Because actually, charged 3 attempted murders. There was children in the house. She ran from you. There were children in the house. She ran from you, all because you were jealous. And you were angry.
Upset.
Upset, and that was in 1989. And then it had on here that where the child was, that your wife at that time, she heard a bullet as she was running from you, trying to get away. She told the children to run. That the bullet, she heard it go right by her ear when she was in the car. And when the officers came, they found a bullet hole in the vehicle at approximately the height of the child's head. The officer also found bullet holes in the kitchen door and the wall of the garage. And there was another man there that almost got shot. So 3 people almost got shot that day because you say you were foolish and you were angry. So that was your first situation. And you were only charged with illegal discharge of a weapon. Am I correct? But you were arrested for 6 counts of attempted murder. So I guess that ended in divorce real quick, right?
No, not really.
No, but by 1992, you had divorced her. She had divorced you. So in 1992, you say the same thing happened again. And I'm going to say the first name of your victim, Belina. She died.
She died.
She died a gruesome, horrible, heinous, brutal death, where you strangled her to death and her body wasn't found for approximately 48 hours. For the exact same reason you thought she was cheating. Now I'm going to read what Hiller Moore's office, Tracy Barbera, wrote. In light of this offender's criminal history and the facts of these 2 cases, we strongly believe he should remain in prison. I don't have any more to say. Right?
Nothing.
All right, I don't see any other questions.
Call the executive session.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis for executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Prater. Could you call the roll?
Manasa,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Tilly.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Buckley will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. All right, I'm gonna make a motion that we come back into regular session.
I second.
Second by Mr. Tillis. Is there any objection? All right, we're back in regular session. It is 12:19, and I believe we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
My vote is going to be to recommend commutation of sentence to 99 years. And with the immediate eligibility of parole.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My recommendation is going to be to deny based upon your violent history, particularly in this case against women. And I do want to make a correction. The murder of Belina was not over suspected infidelity. It was over a borrowed $300.
Mr. Prater?
I concur to deny.
You didn't get what you needed today. You needed 4 votes and you got 1 vote to grant your request, your application, 2 that were to deny. So today, sorry, your application for clemency has been denied. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Higginbotham.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
My name is Howard Lee Higginbotham, 88116.
All right, Mr. Higginbotham, let me just read some information into the record. You're classified as a 4th felony offender. You're seeking a commutation. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced December 1977 for 3 counts of aggravated rape. You received a life sentence. You have a prior sentencing date, which was in September of 1977 for 2 counts of simple burglary, and you received 9 years on those convictions. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just going to turn it over to Mr. Prater because your case has been assigned to him this afternoon.
Yes, sir. How are you today, Mr. Higginbotham?
All right. Oh, I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. Tell me what you did to get yourself there, and what have you done since to make us believe that you are needing to be out, that it'd be safe to let you out.
Well, I worked at the processing place 10 years. Where they process food. I worked there 10 years, and I worked the fence around the fence after that. That's where the last time I took my heart started bothering. And that's The last place I worked was the processing. They closed it down. And where they used to process all the food. And that's, you know, then after that, I worked in dormitory around the fences, all the yard group.
I think he wants you to tell him about your crime you committed. How'd you get here? How'd you get there and go?
The crime, yeah, aggravated rape, just say. And the pairs, yeah, I done it, which is, you know.
That's what I want to know about. Okay, you were arrested in 1977 for simple burglary. And you got put in jail in Ouachita Parish, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And while you were put in jail, while you were in jail waiting to get out, they put a 17-year-old in the cell with you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and some other inmates beat and raped that 17-year-old for 8 days. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, why'd you do that? What gave you the right to think that you could do that in any normal world?
Well, by when they had that gang stuff, if you didn't do this, we do this to you. And so, you know, out in the jail, the parish, they got the groups. And you know, and I was 37 years old, and the other dudes older than I was, they had been to Angola too. So if I didn't do nothing what they done, they gonna do it to me. You know, and that's the way it was going at the parish.
Are you the least bit sorry for what you did?
I'm sorry, yeah. And when I got older, you know, I realized I was wrong. You know,
You got older, you realized he's wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't realize it. Never mind. I'm wanting to help you here, Mr. Higginbotham. Are you remorseful at all of how you ruined someone's life?
I know. Yeah.
Well, convince.
I know that ruins people's lives.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry for that. But you know, at the time, I ain't had no choice. They forced into it, like a gang stuff. And then, you know, they got in pairs. So you don't do this, we do this to you.
I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions?
Any write-ups that
Well, I forgot, Warden Van Noy, can you tell us about Mr. Higginbotham?
Yes, ma'am, he's assigned, he's medium custody, he's assigned to the treatment center on Ward 2 because of his age and his medical he's got a lot of medical conditions. So that's where he lives.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a question. How old are you?
85.
85.
85 years old.
How long have you been incarcerated?
About 47 years. Since 88. Since 88.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So you're not running with a gang now. Have you been taking any classes since you've been incarcerated?
Well, the classes, on the class I went to was the class on that sex class. Got a certificate on it.
Okay. And how do you feel about it? What you learn about it?
I learned a lot of things about it. About that. You know, how you got to kill.
Go ahead, tell me what you learned.
I learned you don't force nobody to do nothing. And the thing, you try to go from it. If you see it happening, try not to be around it. And thing. I learned from that of him, you know, like trying to turn somebody out, they call it. No, that's wrong. I know that's wrong. But they got a lot of guys don't think it's wrong. but I know it's wrong now.
Do you feel remorseful about it?
Huh?
Do you feel remorseful about it?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
Yeah.
Why
I'm
you feel,
sure.
why do you feel remorseful?
What,
Why you feel bad about doing what you did?
I feel bad about it.
Why? He wants to know why you feel bad.
And by being around people, seeing what's happening. By my age and get older, you get more wiser to what's happening. And I see things happening, I go around them. That's why I feel bad about it.
I see. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Mr. Higginbotham, you got any family? You got any family?
Yes, ma'am.
Where they at today?
I got 4 sisters and 2 brothers. One, my brother, he got cancer. He 83. And one of them in Swearport, the one, trying to stay by. He got cancer. He 83. And, I mean, I want to be around him for you. I got a lot of nephews and nieces in Rouge, Bastrop, Monroe, Swearport, Baton Rouge. I got people all in California, Detroit.
I was just wondering why nobody's here with you today or there with you today. Do you know?
I really don't know. My brother, he would have been here, but they canceled barring him. He the only one coming up here to see me.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you, sir. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Higginbotham. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater?
I vote to deny. I think of the horrible nature of the crime. I'm having trouble getting a feeling of remorsefulness out of Mr. Higginbotham. And I feel like that he was given a life sentence and unless things change, that's what he needs to serve.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to recommend commutation of sentence to 99 years with immediate eligibility for parole.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My recommendation is to deny. This was a cruel, brutal crime against nature of a 17-year-old boy by 5 men, which you were involved in. And I do not find, I couldn't hear any remorse in your statement either.
All right, Mr. Higginbotham, I'm
Yes,
concerned
ma'am.
we don't have any family here, so I don't see any evidence of any family support. I will agree that your last write-up was a long time ago, and you only had 21 write-ups, but 30% of those were sex offenses.
Yes, ma'am.
I have concerns about your lack of programming, particularly victim awareness. So my vote today is going to be to deny your application. So good luck to you, sir. Today, your application's been denied. All right, Mr. Huckabee, good afternoon, sir.
Milbert Huckaby, 92665.
All right, Mr. Huckabee. Let me, before we get started, I want to acknowledge some folks who have joined us today. Here in support, we have some of your family members. We have Greg Barth and Louise Barth, both who I see they're together. They both want to speak on your behalf. We have on Zoom, we have representing the victim, we have Roger Simmons and Barbara Simmons, and they will be speaking at the appropriate time as well. First, Mr. Huckabee, let me just enter some information into the record. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Beauregard Parish in January 1986 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So before we start our interview, just tell us what you did. Why are you in prison? Tell us the circumstances, and then why do you believe we should vote favorably for you today?
I committed second-degree murder of Miss Melba Simmons. I'd like to take a minute to apologize to the family. I would like to tell the Simmons family I'm deeply regretful for taking her life, and I should have just left the residence myself. I know it caused a lot of pain and suffering to their children and their loved ones, and I pray God to bless each and every one of them, and I pray they can find in their hearts a way to forgive me. I also apologize to the Sheriff Department, District Attorney's Office, the coroner, first responder, Maryville, Louisiana, and my family. At the incident that came upon me, I had been in and out of prison a couple of times for a marijuana charge, and I was in the process of trying to rehabilitate my life to accept responsibility. And I was living with my mother to start with, and someone in my family mentioned that I was probably still doing drugs, so my mother asked me to leave. And I left there and I went to my father's house. And when I went to my father's house, my father was living in a condemned home that had no running water, no gas. They had no food. He had no income. He had a poor transportation, no telephone. So he's never lived like this as far as I knew in my life, and neither have I. So I was kind of put in a situation where we didn't have anything. And my daddy was a carpenter all his life. When I arrived, he had no tools at all, didn't have the same truck, didn't have anything at all. And then Miss Melba Simmons came to his residence and did not want to leave. So I asked my father if he was interested in that being his lady. He said no. Said they never had no kind of sexual relationship or any kind of understanding like that. And she wouldn't leave, and we kept arguing about it. So several times this went on, and she threatened me and cursed me out. So on September the 13th, they went to the Ritter, and I asked my father to leave her at her own house or one of her children's houses. And he said yes. So that evening they came back and she was with him. And she came back and started the same thing, started arguing and cursing me, went on in the house and just doing whatever she wanted to do. So about 9:30, she went outside to use the restroom at the outhouse. And when she went outside, I went out. And when she was coming back, I confronted her about the situation. And we started arguing and got into a scuffle, and I stabbed her to death and killed her.
All right, we'll ask some more questions shortly. You've been in jail. What have you done then since you've been in jail that we would vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. I truly made a bad decision at that time, and I guess wasn't in my right mind. But since I've been incarcerated, I done got my GED. I took a welding certificate, a trade in that. I have 2 certificates underneath 2 different instructors for a welding certificate.
And I took anger management. I took several programs, CPR, and I have risk management. I have several programs, but in the last 25 years, I've really changed a lot. I've been trying to change the whole time, but when I first arrived in Angola, education, there wasn't no opportunity for it, and there wasn't no program, and it didn't all come around until about 20 years ago. So since then, I've been trying my best to improve and make a better person and contribute to society and to help others and be a factor in any kind of way I can position myself to help someone.
All right. Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Huckaby?
Well, he went through the programming that he's had. He's a minimum aid trustee. He lives in Ash too. That's our medical dorm. He has a lot of medical conditions going on with him, so he has no duty and he lives in there full time.
Thank you, sir. So we'd like to hear from the folks who are here in support. First, your sister and brother-in-law. Miss Louise, could we hear from you first? Your phone's still on mute. First, your sister and brother-in-law. Miss Louise, could we hear from you first? You're gonna need to turn off your
Yes,
YouTube
this is
channel.
me, Louise Bart.
Okay, Miss Louise, go ahead. We want to hear what you have to say.
Now, I'm hard of hearing, so I've got to listen real close.
Just tell us what you want us to know. Are you with Mr. Gregg? We'll go ahead and hear from Greg.
What,
Tell them what you want to know.
oh, what do I want to know?
Yes.
Well, if he's going,
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Tell us what you want us to know.
I can't hear nothing.
Okay. Well, he's been in there 40 years. He's been to school. He knows how to weld.
Anything else?
Me?
Is there anything else you want us to know? All right, well, we're going to move on to the opposition, and I see that the Simmons are both together, so I'll let you all decide who will speak first.
Yeah. I'm Roger.
Hey,
And
do I speak?
Go ahead, Mr. Simmons.
but you know, it's good that you might have education and all that, but there's no remorse on you. You meant to do what you did, and you intended to do what you did. And first of all, I think you're lying, because my mama wasn't a violent person. My mama was a loving person. And my mama loved your dad, and your dad loved my mom. Everything you said is a lie.
All right,
Because-
Mr. Simmons, you need to speak to the board. Don't speak to Mr. Huckaby, okay?
Yes, ma'am. But Mr. Bob, which is Mr. Cornelius Huckaby, him and my mom was engaged to be married. Mr. Bob worked as a carpenter. He worked every day. Him and my mom was in love, going to get married. And when Milbert come in the picture, yes, they might have had arguments and everything, but my mom didn't cause no argument. And my mom didn't ask to be killed. And stabbing my mom once or twice, and kind of sort of, I might can understand that. But when he cut my mom's breast off, and stabbed my mama 37 times and told Mr. Bob Huckaby to let her die, there's no sorrow. And we went to court in Beauregard Parish, which I was a kid at the time. I was about 10, 11 years old. The judge told him life, and I think he needs to serve the rest of his life in there. It don't matter if he got an education, he knows how to weld or not. My thing is, he definitely knows how to kill. And I think he needs to stay in there until the good Lord takes him out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Ms. Barber, could we hear from you now?
Sorry. He has messed Roger Simmons' life up.
Yes, he has.
And through the years, he's had conflict because of him taking his mother away. And he shouldn't have never had to go through that. But it has affected his relationships. It's affected his jobs. It's affected his attitude. He does not need to get out. The judge said life in prison, and that's where he needs to stay. Because if he gets out, he's going to go kill somebody else's mother.
Amen.
And Roger don't want, and I don't want a child to have to go through what Roger did. He messed his life up. He took something away from his family that he's not going to be able to get back. And that's not right. So he needs to stand there and spend the rest of his life in prison, like the judge said. You have done breathed your last breath of air.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you both for taking the time to speak with us today. Thank you, Mr. Graylap, for helping accommodate us today. Mr. Huckaby, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Huckaby, let me make sure I got the facts right. In September of 1985, you were staying with your dad, and you got into it with his friend, this lady friend. She was coming back from the outhouse, and you confronted her, and you ended up stabbing her 36 times. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how many times she was stabbed, sir. But I did stab her, yes, sir. And it was a confrontation, and that is the spot where it happened at.
And when your dad said we need to call the ambulance or get some help, you just said let her die.
I don't actually recall the statement. I know I was in when he first came, we was already in the fight and the situation, the process of when she got killed. And by the time he came out of the house and looked over the fence, and then he came back around through the gate around the corner to the fence where I was, it was over with. So she done fell to the ground, and to me she appeared to be lifeless then. But I knew as far as I lived, 30-something miles from a hospital way out in the country, with nothing out there, that it wasn't much likely she was going to live anyway. But I don't remember making a statement. But I did not help him. No, sir. I just let him do what he wanted to do, and I just stayed and waited till the sheriff department showed up and told him that I committed the crime.
Okay, so he put her in the truck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he put her in the truck, that's where she died, in the truck, correct?
I'm assuming she was dead before he picked her up.
Okay. All right. Your last discipline was in 2017, so you only had 54 disciplines in all of this time. How long have you been in jail?
Almost 40 years, 39 years.
How old were you when you did this?
23.
Okay. And how old are you now?
63.
Okay. Did you plead guilty in court, or did you go to a jury trial?
No, sir, I went to trial.
Okay. And the jury found you guilty? Or a
Yes,
judge?
sir.
What did they find you guilty of?
Second-degree murder.
Okay. And judge gave you life, and that's what the sentence is, life. So
Yes,
that's
sir.
what you end up getting. Okay. That's all the questions I got.
Any other questions?
How do you feel about the situation now, since all of this has happened?
Well, sir, there's no replacing Miss Melba Simmons' life. All I can do is ask for mercy. But if I could have changed the situation and know what I know now, I would have. But all intentions is I'm speaking the truth, and everything I say is the truth today. And I asked my father, because Miss Melba Simmons, I had written a letter to the board before this, and I explained Miss Melba Simmons was one time our neighbor. And my stepmother, which I had a good stepmother, had died. And after my stepmother died, Miss Melba Simmons was an old lady that never could afford nothing, could not support her kids. And she was always wearing my daddy, asking him for money, cigarettes, food. She never had lunch money for Roger, the one that spoke, or her sister, Frances, or he was always giving her a helping hand. So I got locked up and went to prison on a marijuana charge. And I took my charge. I pled guilty to that charge. So after I did my time and I come back, they done moved and separated from each other. I explained that Miss Melba Simmons came to my father's house, but I never seen my father doing so bad and so poor. He's never lived like that. He's always lived in a civilized home and had all utilities and food. We had literally nothing to eat. If you had anything to eat, you had to eat it right then, because it was so condemned that the roaches and everything, it was so unfit to live in. I don't know how he stayed there that long. But Miss Melba Simmons came, and I asked my father, I said, are you in love with her or anything like that? He told me no. They was not in love with her, and he never had no sexual relationship with her. And Miss Melba Simmons just would not leave. And we pleaded with her, and he even told her to leave. We pleaded with her, and I asked her 15, 20 times before September the 13th, several days, and she just acted like she owned our house and would not leave.
But she was living here with your father.
I was there first. Then she came to the house, but she would not leave. She was refusing to leave. And my father said he didn't want her there. He told me that. So that's what I was going by. That's the only understanding I had, was me and my father was the only ones there.
How long did she live with you guys?
Just a few weeks.
Oh, okay. I have no question.
So when you moved in with your father, the house was already in that situation that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you, I made a note, it's one of the reports I read says you took sex offender treatment. Did you take the sex offender treatment program?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any prior sex offense?
No, sir. No, ma'am. I'm not a convicted sex offender.
And do you have any?
Never been charged with no sex
violations that are number 21s? DBs, number 21s?
I might have had a 21 in my jacket in here, but I never had no convicted sex offense on no street, no rape charge.
So my question is, do you have any 21s in your conduct record there?
Just one, I believe.
And so why did you take the sex offender treatment?
It was just to recommend when I put in for the board, the inmate lawyers was saying certain programs that I needed to take or whatever. And the person that was one of the instructors of the class told me that it's a good class to take and that it'd be good to put in my record, because they feel in the future that it might become a mandatory class for.
Okay, I just made a note of that because I noticed that your master prison record had no record of any sex offense, as you had said. I didn't see any number 21s on your conduct summary report, but it does show that you completed all 4 phases of the sex offender treatment in 2024. I found that very curious. Thought maybe I missed something. Okay. I don't see any other questions. We're prepared to vote. Mr.
Yes,
Prater?
ma'am. My vote is because of the opposition of the family, because of the number of times you stabbed her. That seemed excessive to me because of the motive for stabbing her. It's something else going on here. And I think you've done good since you've been there. You got you got a pretty good discipline record considering how long you've been there. But my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to recommend commutation of sentence with immediate parole eligibility.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny based upon the violent, heinous nature of the crime, judge, DA, and sheriff opposition, and the children's opposition.
All right, Mr. Huckaby, I want to thank you for you being very forthcoming. You were very honest with us today. You just laid it all out there, and I really appreciate that's not something we often see. I do agree, based on law enforcement is vehemently opposed to any favorable recommendation for you at this time. The victims' children are all opposed, so my vote today is to deny based on those objections. So today, sorry, your application's been denied. All right, good afternoon. Mr. Donald, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Donald Valair, 11503. I'm a resident of Camp F.
All right, Mr. Valair. Let me acknowledge this. You got some folks there with you, family members. You have Darnell Valair, Paula Berlin, and Aristi Valair. Did I pronounce? What is it again?
Aristi.
Aristi. Well, thank y'all for being there in support. And Aristi is the one who will be speaking on your behalf. We'll call on him at the appropriate time. We also have the Parole Project that wants to speak. We do have opposition today on Zoom. We have the victim's grandson, Frederick Christian, and other family members, Alton Christian, Phyllis, and Mark Christian. We'll be hearing from Frederick, speaking on behalf of the family. First, let me just read some information into the record, Mr. Valair. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in May 1986 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction in Lafayette Parish. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, so Mr. Valair, tell us what happened. Why are you in prison? What did you do? And then after that, tell us why you believe we should vote for you today.
Okay. An altercation occurred between Mr. Gilbert Christian and myself upon the date you recited. In the situation that occurred, I was afraid and I responded pretty badly. I feel and believe that I really deserve to be given a second chance, but at the same token, I am not the individual that occurred at that time. I have done several things throughout my extended period in Department of Correctional. Did community service, took classes, and at the time that I spent, I am actually somewhat more responsible, more capable of sustaining a decent and reasonable life. I've conducted myself in a manner in which I've taken classes. I've helped out in my community service as well. I've done pretty much all that I can do to become a better person, and I am a better person. And I feel that the board, if they would be willing of them to give me a second chance, I could surely be a decent citizen on the street.
Thank you, sir. Warden Benoit, is there any information you can share about Mr. Valair?
Yes, ma'am. He's been here 39 years. He's a Class A trustee at Camp F, Dorm 1. He's a groundskeeper. He only has a total of 4 DB reports during his incarceration. He's taken victim awareness and letter training, Cage of Rage, Thinking for Change, and 100 hours.
Good, thank you. All right, let's hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Donald Valair. Because he resides in Camp F, he's a minimum A trustee. Because of his programming and the classes he's taken, and because of his good disciplinary record, he's been accepted into our program. We're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and more. He will also be reassigned to a reentry specialist that's going to help him navigate life outside of the correction facility. Based on his record, rehabilitation, and strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so, Mr. Aristi Valair, can we hear from you now, sir?
Yes. I would like to say I'm the Diocese Bishop for Louisiana,
At the present time, I'm pastoring a church in Alexandria, one in Ville Platte, one in Baton Rouge, and one also in New Orleans. I oversee churches also in Baton Rouge and Lafayette, and helping people. I would love to have an opportunity to, many people come through the ministry, and by helping and really rehabilitating people, I would love to have a chance to even work with my brother that have served right at 41 years. And at the time, I would like to say, we lost a father, we lost a mother, we lost two sisters, we lost one brother. And the left of us is only myself and another brother. So it's just three of us. And I feel like if I'm indebted, if I've helped so many people in the Louisiana through the ministry and my own, I have not had the opportunity to really reach out to him. And I have seen and visited him at least one time because of my schedule, one time in the year for his birthday. I've seen a change. I've seen a growth without exaggeration. His conversation is totally different from the time he came in. And I'm asking the board just to consider his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren that he have not even seen, that they would have an opportunity to at least be with their father. Of course, he have had many challenges, operations upon operations, and I would hate to see that he never got an opportunity to enjoy his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. And I conclude with this: we would love to have him to work under our ministry, right there with me. If he have an opportunity, then there is a place that we can put him up in, because I also own rental property, and we could give him a little job at the church as a custodian. Thank you so much for being patient with me.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your remarks. All right, so now we'll move over to the opposition, and could we hear from Mr. Frederick Christian?
Thank you, board. I'm not doubting that Mr. Donald Valair has changed his life, but what I'm telling the board, that he changed the Christian's family life. His actions by shooting my grandfather 3 times, shooting my grandmother point blank range in the face, kidnapping my aunt. All in this crime. Our family has never been the same and will never be the same. My aunt, the only living victim, she don't want to be on, but she's scared and still fearful for his life. Mr. Valair, I can say he's a man of his word. Leading up to the date of this tragic event, we were moving, the family was moving my aunt around to protect her from him. Different houses, different family members, and he was going to each family member looking for my Aunt Marie. And he said that he was going to do this when he caught her. The only thing he didn't do was take her life. So she's the remaining victim that's still alive. When he come out, will he complete his mission? Because he was a man of his word. And yes, our family protests strongly of him getting out. I don't have the opportunity, the family don't have the opportunity to spend time with my grandfather because he took that man's life. So we protest strongly about him being released. My aunt, who's watching on YouTube, which was his kidnapped victim, protests strongly in fear for her life. That's off of a conversation this morning. And she didn't want to log on because she didn't want to see him because she's afraid for her life. So he does not deserve the opportunity. He deserved the opportunity he gave my grandfather. That was death.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We appreciate your words. Mr. Valair, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions? We did.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Vallier. Am I saying that right? Vallier?
Valair.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Here, okay, I'm concerned a little bit with your violent history that you have. The way I'm looking at this thing, you were charged in 1980. You had an aggravated assault arrest. Then 1982, a second-degree battery arrest. Then 1982, later in the year, you were arrested for aggravated battery and resisting arrest violently. And then in 83, you were arrested for aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and simple kidnapping. And those charges were dropped. I believe they were dropped exactly 7 days before you killed this woman, attempted to kill someone else, and kidnapped the child. So you've got a history of doing the same thing. Could you explain how you've changed?
There are a lot of the things that you said, it's very difficult for me to recall, but at the same token, that was 40 years ago. I've changed through classes and with the respect of the Department of Correctional that actually provided me with an opportunity to learn and understand the situations that I had once been accustomed to. I've had a defense system that actually would say when I'm afraid and when I wasn't. I have taken classes and have changed through these classes. I've learned to understand to defuse and avoid situations in reference to my behavior compared to then and now. As of now, I have no anger or animosity or any fear that would actually have me to defend myself in a manner in which I thought at that time I needed to do.
And how long have you served in jail?
How long have I been in?
Yes, sir.
It's 41 years, sir.
41 years of a life sentence.
Yes,
And
sir.
how old are you?
We'll be 66 in September the 2nd.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions that I have.
Mr. Sims, any questions?
Yeah, who was it you were fighting with?
Mr. Gilbert Christian? Mr.
Okay.
Gilbert Christian?
Wait, you said a woman. You killed a woman.
He killed Mr. Gilbert.
Yeah, I thought it was a man, but
Yeah.
Prater said a woman. What happened? He jumped on you or you jumped on him?
Well, I did a crucial mistake. I got permission to attend the conversation to meet with the fiance that I had, but I didn't ask him. I know now as an adult that I should have granted a permission from the father himself. We wasn't strangers, we wasn't enemies. I knowed him since I was 11 years old. So I assumed it, and I made a crucial mistake. I went there and he didn't welcome me there. And he had a baseball bat and he assaulted me. And I responded. I apologize to the family for the harm and the pain that I've done for Mr. Christian. But at the time, it was not me. It was not me, then enough of that. I was a fearful kid.
He attacked you first. I was reading where you
Yes,
said
sir.
kind of almost unconscious.
He did knock me unconscious. his wife actually was hollering at him. I can hear in my unconscious state to stop or he would kill me. And that was the only response that I had, was to wake up. And I woke up and I asked him to stop or I would shoot. He didn't. This is the true facts in it all.
What kind of classes have you been taking since you've been there?
I have completed 100 hours, anger management, substance abuse, cage for rage, CPR, HIV. I've had classes that I'm still enlarging a couple of classes now to redo. So
Okay, what kind of work do you do?
what kind
of work? Prison.
Work?
You have a job at the prison or what?
Yes, sir. I still work. I'm a groundkeeper. I've done several special detail things at Baker, Jefferson Parish. I did Culver. I did a job for Katrina when she came. I washed laundry and provided the things for the people when that Culver had hit stuff like that. I do things now in community service, such as help the elderly, do the things that needs to be done. This actually solidified what I was saying in reference to I'm not the person that I was before. I've had only 4 write-ups in my 40-some years, and at the same token, I have not yet to have an argument with anyone because of these classes that actually taught me the ways of where it need to be.
I see. So what do you plan to do if you're released?
I intend to continue bettering myself in reference to say that I do need, to continue helping people out. I intend to actually try to work. I'm somewhat of a workaholic. Work, and as my brother stated, he would give me an opportunity to work with the church. That would give me an opportunity to actually work with people that are in needs of, some assistance. I've actually had certain training techniques as for boxing, or I was a former jockey throughout the state of Louisiana. I was rode the fairgrounds, Jefferson down, Evangeline down. I got skills in that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Board.
Yes.
Mr. Donald said he had an altercation with my grandfather. Mr. Donald stalked my grandfather.
Right. We have all that information, sir. We have all the reports. We know what happened. I appreciate you trying to clarify that, but we have it. What's your level of education, Mr. Valair?
Ma'am?
What's your level of education?
My level?
No, your education level. You broke up a little bit when you.
Ninth grade education.
Have you worked on your GED or not?
Well, I had started in classes of a situation care where, the class had discontinued for a while.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other questions, so I believe, Mr. Valair, we're ready to vote.
Let me just ask one other question. I did say, why did you kill this woman? And it was the man. Why did you shoot the woman in the face?
Sir, I had no idea that she was actually shot in the face, but then at the same token, she ran back after she notified her husband that she was gonna, for me to stop, she ran and got a shotgun, and I grabbed the shotgun out of her hand. There was no intent or anything but an accident that could have perhaps really shot her, but there was none at all.
Okay. All right.
We're ready
That's
to
all
vote.
I have.
Ready to vote, Mr. Prater?
I'd like to call for an executive session. Never do
A
that.
second.
I have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mr. Tillis. Could we call the roll, please?
Renassa,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Tillis,
Yes.
Stapleton.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Valair, we have a unanimous vote to be convene an executive session to discuss confidential matters, so we'll be right back. Just stand by.
Thank you.
All right, I'll move to return to regular session at 1:36. Is there any objection?
No.
Okay, hearing that Mr. Tillis has seconded the motion, and without objection, we are back in regular session, and we are prepared to vote Mr. Valair. So, let's see, and Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Valair, I'm going to vote that we grant your request and that we recommend to the governor that your sentence be commuted to 99 years and that you're eligible to be paroled, but you'll have to come back to us and talk about your parole if you're gonna get it and if you're gonna get those conditions. So I'm gonna grant you, but it comes, and you got a lot of support behind you. I appreciate what the pastor had to say, and he was very convincing that he's gonna hold you to what he says. You've been there a long time. You've been out of trouble. And so I think we ought to give you a shot on this thing. That's my vote.
Thank you.
My vote is to grant commutation of sentence 99 years. Immediate eligibility.
Okay,
Parole.
thank you, Mrs. Stapleton.
I'm going to concur with my colleagues and vote to grant or parole for 99 years.
And Mr. Valair, my vote today also is to make that same recommendation to the governor on your behalf. And that's based on the fact that you have served over 40 years. You've only had 4 write-ups. You have a good prison record. And you have the support of the parole project. So today, sir, we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. Good luck to
I
you.
appreciate the board. Thank y'all very much.
Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, Mr. Williams, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Delmar Williams, DOC number 123007.
Mr. Williams, let me recognize the folks who've joined us. You can probably see them on Zoom. Your cousin Mary is with us. Mary Timms, she'll be speaking on your behalf, as is the Parole Project. That's Mr. Channing Blake. And then we also have representing the victim, and I guess they're all together. Dolores Peoples, Alice Edwards, and Gloria Wilson, and all of those folks will be speaking in just a few minutes. First, Mr. Williams, I'm going to read some information into the record. You are classified as a first felony offender serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in October 1998 in Claiborne Parish for second-degree murder. Is that correct?
No.
What's not correct?
The year.
Okay, what year? Is it 88? 88, okay. I'm sorry. October of 1988.
Right.
So, Mr. Williams, tell us what happened in 1988 or whenever you got in trouble. Why are you in prison for second-degree murder? We need a little information about those circumstances. And then tell us why you're seeking relief through the pardon process.
Well, the reason why I'm here, I shot and killed Leon Willis Jr. Something that I'm deeply, deeply sorry for. And I regret that. And at this time, I would like to apologize if it's okay with the board to the Willis family. I know what I done was wrong, and I'm very, very sorry. And I can't imagine what kind of hurt and pain that I put y'all through. But I have made steps to change from the person I was then to the person I'm trying to become now. And I know there's not enough words I can say to break back the life I took or to change what I done. But I can change from the person I was. That's why I'm making these steps. And the other question was?
That was good. We'll ask you some more questions shortly. Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am. He's 37 years. He's a minimum A trustee assigned to Camp C. Wolf. He works over at the CDC warehouse for Prison Enterprise, bagging up inmate packages. He has a total of 9 DV reports. He's had Thinking for a Change, victim awareness and letter training, living in balance, and anger management.
All right, good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Blake, could we hear from the Parole Project?
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Delmar Williams. He volunteers for various projects. He's a Class A trustee, and because of his programming and his classes, we've accepted him into our program. Here at Parole Project, we're going to offer him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, and many more programs. He will also be given a reentry specialist that's going to mentor him and guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his support system, we ask you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And could we hear from Miss Mary Timms?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mary Timms. I'm a retired state civil servant and a cousin to Delmar Williams. I've known Delmar all my life. Delmar and I, along with my twin brother, who is now deceased, attended grade school together. He was always kind and respectful to his teachers and his peers. After grade school, the family moved from Haynesville to Homer, where we continued to visit, played with Delmar, and made fond memories. Years later, I learned that Delmar had married, and so had I, and relocated to Ruston. Late one evening, my husband and I along with our two children, were driving from Homer back home when we learned that Delmar had taken a young man's life. It totally crushed me. My heart goes out to the victim's family because knowing Delmar as I know him, I was in disbelief. No one deserves for their life to be taken away in such a manner. Again, it was just heart-wrenching to me, and I can only think of what it has done to his family. If I had to pick any of the guys that I went to school with to do such a thing, Delmar would have been the very last person. I only know of him having one DWI before this incident occurred. Fast forward, Delmar was given a life sentence. He has served over 35 years. I remember this so well because my second-born daughter was an infant at the time we were passing through Homer, and she's now 38 years old. She has also lived to be able to visit Delmar while in prison. The Bible gives us 10 commandments to live by. Breaking some of those commandments will send us to jail, but breaking any one of them will send us to hell if we don't repent and ask God for forgiveness. Delmar has repented and has a personal relationship with God. He and I speak of his goodness all the time in our texting. And he's now living his life according to God's word. We all fall short of his glory every day. Delmar's situation could have easily been any one of us. Delmar is now 66 years old. He's actually 6 months older than me and has paid his due by serving his time in prison. His model behavior earned him a title of trustee. Therefore, I ask that you consider granting him clemency. I strongly feel that if Delmar is paroled out of prison, he has the will and the perseverance to be a productive citizen for the time he has left here on earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Timms. We appreciate hearing from you. All right, we'll move over to the opposition now. I see y'all are all together, so I'll let you decide who goes first. Just introduce yourself and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Hi, I'm Dolores People. I'm the sister of Leon Willis Jr. I'm number 5 out of 7 kids. It was 5 girls and 2 boys. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Pardon Board for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf with my family and also a voice for my beloved brother. I keep it short and direct. I remember the day like it was yesterday. I was walking home from a friend's house with my 3 small children. One was 4, one was 2, and one was 11 months old. As I approached my brother and my father that was sitting in front of a cafe talking, I stopped to talk to them for a few minutes and I walked away. I noticed Delmar and his wife rode by and went up the road and came back. At that time, I stopped to talk to some elderly guys. I heard Delmar call my brother name. So I looked back because it wasn't but about 2 weeks prior that he had told me he was going to plant my MFing brother. Next time he saw him. Let me tell you why he told me that, because shortly before he told me that, Delmar and my brother got into an altercation behind a transmission that my cousin owed him money for. But Delmar got mad at my brother because he said that he was the one that picked up the transmission, because my brother was a mechanic that fixed all the cars in the area. So he put all the blame on my brother and like I said, they got into an altercation and my brother got the best of him. And that was why he told me he was going to plant my brother. Now, when I heard Delmar call my brother's name that day, all that popped up in my head. And I turned around, Delmar got out the car and shot my brother in cold blood in front of our father, near me, and my 3 kids. Then he just stood there. My mother was never the same after that. She took that grief with her to her grave. Our family hasn't been the same after that. Holidays wasn't the same. Nothing for none of us was the same because our older brother was taken from us. He had a 1-year-old daughter at the time. She had to go through life without her father, no dad to hear her talk, to see her walk, graduate, nor get married. I strongly oppose for any pardon or clemency for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams was a grown man. He knew right from wrong. He told me straight and direct prior to killing my brother that he was going to plant my brother. I don't think he deserved to be given a chance at no type of freedom for killing a man for $35. Not only that, he killed my brother for $35 in front of his own family. So I'm pleading with the board not to grant this pardon or clemency because the person that would kill someone for $35 in front of his family is heartless without a care in the world. So I beg this honorable board to please deny. Thank you so very much for your time and allowing me to speak and be the voice for my brother, Leon Willis Jr.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Alice Edwards. I am the oldest sibling of my brothers and sisters. There were 7 of us, and Leon Jr. was the oldest brother. This has been a devastating situation for all of us, especially now reliving that traumatic day and seeing the pain that was placed on my mother and the rest of us. I also remember the time it was just like it was yesterday because it was a couple of days before Thanksgiving and we was planning a family gathering. Every Thanksgiving give us a feeling of emptiness because there is and has been since the awful day in our family. There has been an empty chair since that painful day in our family for Thanksgiving and every holiday. Even if I wanted some brotherly advice, that was taken away from us. Even though being the oldest sibling, my brother advice and opinion meant everything to me. And with that being said, I strongly oppose any pardon or clemency for Mr. Delmar Williams. Thank you for allowing me to speak for my beloved brother, Mr. Leon Willis Jr. I feel that you can't get forgiveness from God without also forgiving others. I can forgive but never forget, so I can go on with my life with comfort. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello to the board. My name is Gloria Willis. I am the baby sister of Leon Willis Jr. I come here today speaking on behalf of the love of my brother. I do this on the behalf Delmar Williams premeditate to kill Leon Willis, our loved one, Leon Willis Jr. He already had planned it out when he had a chance to think about what he must do. And he took the law into his own hand. Therefore, as the Willis family, the entire Willis family, we oppose Delmar Williams having his sentence reduced. Therefore, we are very pleased and we have no mercy upon Delmar Williams. Therefore, as the entire Willis family, we are very pleased what the judge sentenced him to, life in prison without any parole and hard labor. I thank y'all for letting me have a chance to speak to y'all board, and I ask y'all in the name of Jesus to make a right decision in Jesus' name. Also in the name of Jesus and the word of God in Colossians 3:25, he said, he that doeth for the wrong shall receive for the wrong, and there's no respect of person. And Delmar Williams being wrong by premeditating and killing our loved one, Leon Willis Jr.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Willis, and we'd like to thank the family for their remarks today. Mr. Williams, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
How you doing, Mr. Williams?
All right, sir.
Good. Did you and the victim have altercation prior to his death?
Yes, we did.
Did. And you did get out of the car and say told the sister that you were going to kill him?
Yes.
How much money did he owe you?
Oh, it's like around $35, $45.
Okay, I have no more questions at this time.
Sir, I listened to the victims just now. And I've listened to you just now. And I know that you've improved yourself and you're doing well where you're at and everything. But according to them and according to yourself, and I appreciate your honesty, it was a premeditated murder over $35. And a little girl or a child, I don't know if it was, I thought I heard daughter. Yes, I did. She was 1 year old and she spent her whole life without a father. And they've spent their whole life without a brother. I know you've gone through the victim awareness. That's a real thing. Parallel lives take place. You're doing the best with your life where you're at right now. They've done the best with their life, but it's a hardship to know somebody's murdered somebody you loved and it was deliberate, it was an accident, and you miss so much from that person. So I just wanted to mention the two things that stand out to me today. Mr. Prater?
Did you mean to kill that fella?
Sir?
Did you mean to kill that fella?
No, sir. When I shot at him, I shot for his arm. It's one of the pellets hit it right hard. I shot him with a shotgun. And it was called, me and him, like I said, got in an altercation. He had pistol with me the weekend before this killing happened. I went to the police and reported it, but they never did anything about it. So when I saw it, I asked him, about what are you gonna do about paying me the money? We got into another argument. That's when it happened.
Did the police report make it into court?
No, sir.
They didn't report it or something, or they didn't write it down?
No, sir.
Okay.
Tell us about, it was mentioned that you do community service. Tell us about that. What do you do?
Well, I help the elderly and handicaps out in the camps and stuff. Those that can't help themselves. Like in Barrel One, they have a medical dorm. Mostly help people, with hobbycraft and show them how to make, different things. Try to apply my time helping others.
Belong to any clubs?
Club, do I belong to any?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Club.
All right. How long you been a Class A trustee?
Ooh, man, I first made a Class A back in 1995, and I think I lost it 2000, somewhere like that. Off and on, it's been a lot of years.
Most recent, I made a note, the reason I asked that question is I had made a note that you're a Class B trustee. So when's the last time you made Class A? Do you remember how many years? Yes.
Oh, about 2 years ago. Is that right, Warren?
June the 13th or 24th.
Okay. So why did you lose it before initially?
I had got in a altercation back in 2018.
2018, and you went to extended lockdown, and that's when you lost it. Okay, I got it. It makes sense. All right, I don't see any other questions. We're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillings?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Williams, this is real hard for me. I really appreciate you doing good things while you're there. It's really bad to kill somebody over $1 million or $35. Today, my vote is going to be to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater. It was a premeditated murder. with a shotgun. And, my vote today is gonna be to deny also.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Williams, you didn't get the vote you needed today. You got 3 votes to deny. So the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application for clemency has been denied today, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Board of Illinois, that concludes our business at Angola. So we're going to sign off. It's 2:03. Thanks for your help today.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. The Pardon Board is reconvening. We are now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It's Monday, July 21st, 2025, and the time is 2:09 p.m. Good afternoon, Warden. Would you introduce yourself, you and your staff, please?
Yes, ma'am. How you guys doing? Warden Keith Turner, Elaine Hunt.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
All right, thank you for having us this afternoon, and we have one case at Hunt today, and that's Mr. Coleman. Good afternoon, Mr. Coleman.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Lawrence Coleman, 89931. With Hunt's.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, sir. I got that. So before we begin, Mr. Coleman, let me just let you know and acknowledge the folks that we have here with us in Baton Rouge. We have Anderson Collins and Edward Jones, both who will be speaking in support. We have Denise Moore, your sister, Antoinette Duncan, your sister-in-law, Lily Quinn Minger, your sister, and on Zoom, we have Gladys Bell, also your sister, and she'll be speaking on your behalf, and we're going to call her shortly to do so. So, Mr. Coleman, you are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence for aggravated rape. You were sentenced in July of 1979. You have another sentencing date, which is in August of 1979 for attempted simple burglary. All those occurred out of St. Tammany Parish. Is that information correct, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say at the beginning, if you don't mind, that I want to let the family, my family and the victim family know how much trouble I put them through.
All right, so go ahead and give us your statement. Tell us what else you want us to know. Why are you in prison, and why do you believe we ought to vote for you today?
I don't learn a lot in prison. These 46 years I've been in prison, I don't learn a lot, and I know right from wrong, and I'm pretty sure everybody would say that after that many years.
What'd you do? Why are you in jail?
Oh, the charge that they have me on, I want to let the family know that I'm sorry for what I've done.
All right, we want you to tell us what you did.
All I know is I went in, I was drunk, went on apartment. We used to go there and smoke and stuff, and I was charged with what they got me charged with.
All right, we'll talk about that in just a couple of minutes. Warden, what can you tell us about this young man?
I said, Mr. Coleman, Ms. Renat's, he's respectful around here with us. We received him in 2005. He had some disciplinary issues early during his incarceration, but it kind of seems like at this point, he's kind of got that corrected. His last disciplinary report was in 2009, and he's a light duty guy here. So he helps us out in the kitchens daily. I was speaking with him earlier about some of his programming. You know, I don't see a lot of programming that he's done over throughout his incarceration. One of the main ones is sex offender treatment, and he's refused that. And I don't see where he's completed victim impact. So it's a lot of programming opportunities that I think he needs to take advantage of, and we'll be kind of working with that with him, you know, after this hearing here.
Thank you. We appreciate your input for sure. We'll go ahead now and hear from the folks that want to speak on behalf of Mr. Coleman. Could we first hear from Miss Gladys Bell?
Good evening.
Hi. Go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to speak on my brother's behalf. I'm 75 years old, and I'm the oldest in the family. And I really need my brother home because I am very, very sick. And please, y'all just give him a chance He has changed and he will do better. And anything I can do to help him, I'm here for him.
Well, thank you, Miss Gladys. We appreciate hearing from you today. So here with us, could we hear now from Anderson Collins? Could you step up to the podium, please? Go ahead, sir.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday, getting prepared, I was just praying for the right thing to say and trying not to be as emotional as I normally am. But first of all, I'd like to say hello to my uncle, who was incarcerated when I was 12 years old. But even before he went into incarceration, he taught me a lot of things that still I live with today. I was sharing that with my family. I shared that with all my family, the things that he taught me before he went in. It's been 46 years. I'm almost 60 years old myself now, and I miss him dearly. But one of the most important things I do want to say is that I had my problems. I had my troubles. And because of what he taught me before he went in, and because of what he taught me since he's been in, I changed. It changed my life altogether because of some of the things that we talked about over the phone calls when we called my aunt and sister. So a lot of things that I always pray for is I pray, and I have prayed and thanked everybody who's given me a second chance and even a third chance. Because I was a troublemaker. I did get in trouble, but I haven't been in any trouble in like the last 26 years. So all in all, it's just a matter of, I don't really know exactly where it started with my uncle. I do know how rough and how hard and how difficult it was in the 70s, early 70s and mid 70s for me as a 10-year-old. And I can just imagine how it could have been for him 10, 15 years earlier. So on that note, I would just like to say, if he hasn't been given a second chance, can he please have me? If I did anything in my life over the last 58 years, I know that I have learned that it doesn't take 46 years to learn from your mistakes. All right. So I know that he can do for his family just by coming home. And the morale, the encouragement, and everything that we haven't had from him that we probably missed. And I also know that because of him, because of Lawrence Coleman, in 46 years, our family has only had one person go to prison. One in 46 years. My grandmothers, my aunts and uncles have not had to miss their children because they went to prison. And that's a blessing. I know on our family. And I know it may not sound right, but we accredit that to him. I never thought that I would be happier seeing him in this situation than I would. I'm happier seeing him here than I am at the funerals that I've been seeing him at over the years. And the reason why is because I know at the funeral, he has to go back. But seeing him here, there's a possibility for him to come home. So I pray for him. I pray for the decisions to go our way. And I pray for everything and the victim, especially the victims. Please do not, I don't want to leave that out. Because I did read the transcripts at an early age, and I have read them lately. Over all the things that he's done and all the people that he's hurt, and I heard him apologize for that in the beginning. But most of all, I do know that he hurt us. But we love him regardless. Just like as I've hurt people, they continue to love me. And I vote home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Edward Jones.
Hello, big bro. Love you, man. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about what my brother did or what he didn't do. He's my brother that's right over me. I am a military vet. I've been working all my life. I'm 70 years old now. I would love to see my brother come home. That's awful. I think he's been in prison long enough. And I would love for my brother to come home. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We appreciate hearing from all of you. All right, Mr. Coleman, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Mr. Coleman, let's talk about this a minute. Do you think that you're or were a violent person at one time?
And when I was younger, I believe I was a good person, but I feel like I just didn't, I didn't mess with nobody, but I didn't take nothing off with me either when I was younger. As I got older, I haven't been in no trouble, nothing, because they had a woman that's over court, an officer that's over court to might have right up to 10 years, but I know if it ain't been 10, it's been something like 9 years. And in prison, you can get rolled up every day for something.
Okay.
I learned that when you wake up in the morning, if you just put in your mind that before, in a course of a day, somebody gonna make you mad. Somebody. So if you had this already in your mind when you wake up in the morning, that's why I don't went that many years without a write-up. And you know something's gonna come eventually that day. You already prepared for it.
Okay. All right. I was looking at your arrest record, and you have a pretty long arrest record of violent offenses that were, I would consider some of them messing with people. You said you didn't mess with people, but like armed robberies and attempted murder and things like that prior to what we're here for today. But you had a pretty extensive record. You agree with that?
I would like to say something on that. I had one attempt, was that attempt murder in Slidell? Well,
Yes.
dude jumped on me, but we got that straight because he tried to drop the charges and everything else. But that was it. So I never did believe in fight. Matter of fact, I didn't have to fight guns, knives, and all that. I was all on the radio station, WXDL, Slidell, for boxing and stuff. So, I didn't believe in no gun and all that back then.
Okay, well, we're here today to talk about when you broke in a house and raped that woman in front of her parents. Made them watch, told them you had a gun. Tell me about that. Did that happen?
It happened.
Okay, what do you think about the victim on that case? You think you feel sorry for that victim?
Yeah, I feel sorry for her family and my family. Yeah, but like I said, I was young then and I have more sense than I didn't know even. Man, I don't need stuff. If I was able, I know this ain't the question. I mean, y'all asked me, if I was able to show you that I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying about it, I can have what they call it, an ankle brace, or knee brace, or back brace, I'm talking about a monitor. I don't know. All the bills are paid, that's over.
That's over, huh? Okay. Why wouldn't you take sex offender treatment in jail?
So?
why wouldn't you take the sex offender treatment at
I
jail?
I would take it to, office, well, you the warden, huh? The warden said in my book, in my tablet, that I refuse to take it. I don't remember ever talking to nobody about taking none. Cause it's common sense, if you got to have that. You got to have that right, I mean, that working now.
I don't think I have any other questions.
I don't remember me asking me about nothing like that,
Mr. Coleman,
so,
how are you?
all right.
I see you have a bandage on your head, but you've been in a fight.
No, indeed. I told every time my sister come visit me, I used to tell her, she would ask me the same thing. Well, I have this there for a purpose. In 1971, I was in a car wreck. 71, we was in a 63 Valair. We had a 71 pickup head on. When you first hit Angola, people would just see that scar. Talking about inmates, talking about the free people. And they would make fun of you if they were to see somebody, oh, somebody cutting upside the head. So right now, today, after 46 years, I doubt if over 5 people ever seen that scar over my eye. And I had 30 stitches, it's a long scar. But that was the whole purpose. My sister used to tell me, why you always have a Band-Aid on your eye? When I go to funeral, the same thing, I have a band. See, to keep people from bragging, to my other inmates, the young ones back then in Angola, you avoid trouble.
I see. So you just cover it up. You've been incarcerated 46 years.
Yes, sir.
Or all of that was for rape? Or there were some other charges you were in jail?
I was locked up for rape and attempt simple burglary. That was it. The other one there, really concurrent, ran it together.
Did you get to take some classes while you were there, those 46 years?
I couldn't understand.
Did you have time to take some classes when you were there, while you've been incarcerated?
I took CPR, NA, AA. I said, y'all never received the certificates and stuff?
I have some. I just wanted to hear, what did you learn from those classes you took?
Definitely to stay out of trouble. I definitely learned that.
What would you do if you were released now?
I would stay home. I don't have no reason. I'm not young, and I'm not gonna just put it on me young, but I would stay home because I don't have what you going out in the streets for? I don't smoke. I don't drink.
I understand. I have no questions.
You know, Mr. Coleman,
And I was balance. Mr. Tellers, all we can see is living in balance. Having him.
Okay, thank you so much. 46 years. How many write-ups have you had? How many have you had, Warden?
131.
31?
131.
131.
He was kind of busy.
Well,
go ahead.
Most of my writers was see when you, just the way Angola was back in 79. You, in the fields, picking cotton and doing all that, you'd be so tired till you, at 12 o'clock, you would have to take a wash off from head to toe before you went to eat. So a lot of times we just straight out told them, I'm not going when they're out of work call. So that's where a lot of them write-ups come from. So, I mean, 46 years is a long time, but even 120, 130 write-ups, that's where most of them came from. And they come from no just anything, camp not going to work. We
How
help,
long-
we help
when did you leave Angola?
2005.
Yeah.
We had to help build a levee. We pick cotton. See, yeah, all this is over with now. They won't do almost as hard work as we did then.
I see. Have you heard of Kairos Ministry when you were in Angola?
Who?
Kairos Ministry.
What that was?
Yeah.
What's up?
Okay.
I wonder what that was.
Mr. Coleman, have you ever heard of Thinking for Change? The class Thinking for Change? Have you ever heard of?
Have you ever heard of class thinking for a change?
Class thinking for change?
Have you ever heard that class?
No, man.
Interesting. So when you did refuse, according to the record, you say you don't remember, but it was in 2014, the record says you refused sex offender treatment. So since then, have you asked to take that class?
I don't remember refusing, and if they would ask me, do I want
Since 2014, have you asked to enroll in it?
I mean, if I knew about it, I would.
Yeah, but you said you just said that some folks told you that it was pretty important. So, it just doesn't seem like it's important to you. I don't see any other questions. I was just going to make the point about your write-ups, 131 write-ups. The last one was in 2016. We've seen people today who also did time in Angola, who also did 39 or 40 years and have had less than 10 write-ups. So your explanation about working in the field and all that doesn't really wash with me. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Coleman. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr.
Yes,
Prater?
ma'am. My vote is to deny. You got terrible crime record before you got to jail. It was a terrible crime that you committed, and you've had a pretty terrible disciplinary history while you've been there and refusing the program. So all of those things add up together to where my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to recommend commutation of sentence to 99 years with immediate eligibility.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton?
I agree with Mr. Prater. We had a statement from the district attorney that is opposed to it, and the response is he brutally raped a woman at gunpoint in front of her parents. So you got a brutal, extensive criminal history to deny.
All right, and my vote, Mr. Coleman, I do agree with the warden there, Warden Turner. I think there's a definite need for programming, and he's willing to help you get that programming. I do recommend Thinking for Change, though. I think you need some work there. My vote today also is to deny your application. So today, sir, your application's been denied. Warden, that concludes our business at Hunt. Thanks for helping us out today. All right, good afternoon. Thank y'all for your patience with us today. It's been a long day, but we are so glad to see Mr. Ham. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. We're happy to see you as well.
Mr. Ham, would you introduce yourself and tell us your name and your current mailing address?
David Ham, 136 Ranchette Road, Stonewall, Louisiana, 71078.
All right, sir. And you have counsel with you today. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Catherine Gilmer. I am present on behalf of Mr. Ham.
All right. And I don't know who you have with you. Is that your family member?
It's my lovely bride, Anna.
All right. I just didn't have her. Would you introduce yourself, man, so I can put your name on my list?
Hi, I'm Anna Ham. I'm David's wife.
And are you going to be speaking on his behalf?
No,
Or just okay. All right. Well, thanks for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Ham, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and we'll ask for your statement and that of your attorney, and then Ms. Stapleton will take the lead on the interview questions. So, Mr. Ham, you are classified as a first felony offender. Your DOC number is 512037. You are seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in December 2006 in Bossier Parish for felony theft. You received a 4-year sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 5 years of active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we'd like to hear your statement first. Just tell us about what happened and why are you seeking this relief today?
19 years old, greedy, went to my place of employment, found an easy opportunity, decided to take copper, sold at the scrapyard, got busted, pled guilty at my arraignment, admitted to everything, had nothing to hide, and spent the next 20 years righting a wrong. I've made what's the word I'm looking for? The guy I stole from, he's happy. Restitution. I made paid 20 some odd $1,000s in restitution. Already filed for, I've already been expunged, had first offender pardon. Reason why I'm seeking the full gubernatorial pardon or clemency, I believe as y'all call it, is I kind of want to leave a little bit of a legacy for my kids. I'm an active professional firefighter, paid firefighter. I work in the community. I just want I want to be able to pass away and know that my record was clear. I don't really know how to explain it. It's just, I want that for them. We have 7 children. I love my children and I just kind of want this, not something that somebody could ever say, hey, your dad was arrested, or whatever. I kind of just want to put the end of that chapter, after, like I say, after like 19, 20 years.
Okay. Well, 7 kids. Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Good for you. Ms. Gilbert, would you like to make your presentation, if any?
Yes, thank you very much to the honorable members of the board for the opportunity to speak. I will not take up a ton of your time, partially because I think that David speaks well for himself, and because I think his record and his packet for the board's consideration speaks for itself. He has, since his conviction, he's worked, as he said, as a firefighter, as an EMT. He has would like to continue to work in a service role as a reserve deputy. And this was an incident that happened when he was 19 years old. He immediately accepted responsibility when he was arrested and has worked very hard to make sure restitution was paid in full. And so David is just, I think his goal is admirable. He wants to be able to say that he lived his life in a way that his children can be proud of him. And so we would ask that the court grant his request and recommend him to the governor for a pardon at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Stapleton?
Okay, David, gosh, it's been a long day. I know you've been waiting a long time. So yes, I did see where you paid full restitution on that. And then I've got a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
2016 in Texas. There was an incident where there was a family verbal argument and brought a gun to a verbal argument and the Texas police got involved. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, ma'am. So I was at my residence in Carthage, Texas, and the young lady that I was dating at the time, there was a lot of tension in between her and her cousin and her cousin's husband. Well, they came over and they were in a heated argument. And I mean, naturally, I guess as the role of protector, I stepped in and said, "Hey, look, you need to leave." He refused to leave. I said, a couple more times, "You need to leave." He refused to leave and started taking advancements towards us. I then drew my weapon. I did not point it at them. I pointed it down at the ground and told them, "Hey, it's time to leave." They then left. They called the sheriff's office. Sheriff's department came. There was a confusion with my information on my background, how all that played out. When they booked me in, they dropped all the charges except for deadly conduct. But with how the whole situation went down, they put me on probation. They released me, give me my firearm back, put me on probation, and dropped the probation the same day. And basically, they went in and did an expungement on it and took it off my record. Since then, me and the guy, we did make up before he passed away and agreed that it was a heated situation between both of us. There was no hard feelings, but then he did unfortunately succumb to a brain injury.
So let me ask you something. Are the laws different in Texas? Because you were a felon in possession of a firearm. That's against the law in Louisiana.
Right. Since I had a first offender pardon and it had been over the X amount of time, in Texas, you were allowed to possess a firearm. If it was 10 years or something after that, if you had a first offender pardon in their law, you could possess a firearm as long as there was, no other, circumstances like you had a violent history or it was a violent felony. But since it was a non-violent felony and I'd been granted a first offender pardon, when the judge or the DA looked at it and the judge looked at it, like, yeah, you're right, you could possess one. So that's why we're dropping all the felony. They had the original charge was a felon in possession of a firearm, but they dropped that according to the way their laws worked.
Right, that's what I saw. And then I saw where they gave the gun back to you. So it was a confusion to me. All right, so that was the only thing I saw on your record because I saw where you paid everything back. There's no opposition. The DA has opposition, but the victim didn't have any opposition for the copper. And the sheriff, there was no opposition there. So I don't have any other things to say.
Wouldn't it still be a federal violation though? Could be.
I guess if under certain circumstances, I guess. But the way their law looked at it, they determined that there was no laws broken with me having possession of a firearm. And they were happy to drop everything. Like say, there was no incident other than that. They quietly took me. I went in and, they're like, okay, no problem. Here you go. They basically said we have to have something on the books. So they stuck it with a deadly conduct charge. They said, if you'll agree to it, we'll drop everything today. He said, you can walk out of here. We'll give you your gun back. No issues, nothing. So I guess they kind of wanted to make an example because Carthage is such a small town. It was like a big deal because I was an active firefighter there. So I guess it kind of made a ripple effect in the community. So they needed something to basically set an example.
I do have a problem though.
Yes, ma'am.
You brought a gun to just an argument. As compared to, okay, I've got the police on the phone. They're coming.
Right.
And that gun, we see all day, everybody says, oh, it was an accidental shooting. We got into a tussle. And if the gun would have never been brought, none of that would have happened. So even that aside, you stepped up the escalation another notch when you brought a gun to that. So that was a problem for me, even if there wasn't felon in possession of a firearm situation. But that's me.
So you do realize that you cannot possess a firearm now, right?
Actually, I've been expunged through the state of Louisiana.
Doesn't matter. You still are not allowed to possess a firearm or be around firearms.
We,
because of felony conviction. There is some confusion, and I know it is, there what, you used to be able to have a firearm if the sheriff in your jurisdiction, approved it, but that is in conflict with federal law. So you need to be aware of that, so you need to not be around a firearm, unless this goes through, of course, then
Right.
it's still maybe, well, it'll be, you know. All right, so I think, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Pam, so are we prepared to vote, Mrs. Stapleton?
David, you know, I know that I'm gonna partially disappoint you today. I don't mind giving you a pardon as a fireman and different things like that. But not with restoration of firearms, not me, not today, because I didn't see the necessity of bringing a gun to an argument when you had the police on the phone. It just didn't call for that kind of situation. And you were a felon in possession of a firearm. So pardon without restoration of firearm for me.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Tiller,
Pardon without restoration firearm.
and I do agree, that would be my recommendation, my vote also. So on your behalf, Mr. Ham, we're going to make a recommendation to Governor Landry for a pardon without restoration of firearm.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much.
Thank you. This for today, we're going to adjourn. It's 2:48.